Snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome back to Karen Read Day 5, where we today will be having half a day in court and half a day of ARCA. And ladies, gird your loins. I know it's going to be moist o'clock all over the world, but please do some preemptive frolicking. That's all I can say. Because the amount of, let's just say, disturbing, is it catcalling when it's a woman? I don't know. But my prediction, as I said, I will bet eating one of those horrible dill pickle thingies Marissa gave me. Bev will do 45 minutes where she's going to yell a lot at the defense, ask some stupid questions about communications. Then she's going to say, I'll give you my decision. Her decision will then be ARCA can testify like they did at the first trial, but they're not allowed to rebuke the Commonwealth's witness. That's what my prediction will be. Need a Baker Spotify. I had one. No one listened to it. Got called into tell your boss that frolicking need to happen. There's never a good time for the M word. Well, with the moistness I've seen with some ladies already on Twit, I think it's appropriate. Maybe I should just get a flashing moist o'clock warning. Hey, Hellraiser. Do you think ARCA will bring a lawyer with them? No. Why should they? They can't be criminal liable for talking to a customer. As long as they have disclosed whatever they've done, and they've turned in their reports, Then wants some text communications that's a year old, that is administrative stuff. There's nothing illegal in any of that. Could it be a problem for the defense? Possibly. Be a problem for ARCA? Absolutely not. ARCA have a bigger legal department than the Commonwealth does. Hey, Valhalla.
Good morning.
Sorry we started on time.
It's okay. It's okay. I needed an extra minute this morning.
Hey, everyone, we're gonna get laid. Is this picture too dark to make out? I am really... It will really wet your whistles, ladies. Is it
What
beer?
is it?
Is
might
it
be.
Guinness?
I can't tell.
It's Brandon, so don't Google it.
No, don't do it.
Brandon is having one of his days.
You'll have that. You'll have that.
Oh,
I
by
stayed
the
up
way, we
way too late last
probably have to do a few disclosures today, because
Oh,
a friend of yours was late for his own stream Friday, and people have begun spreading the rumor that it's because he's back on in his bad behavior.
already?
So
that didn't
yeah,
take
because
long.
he overslept Friday, and that's why Branka left him, even though Branka left to do another trial. So just to make sure your level of bouldering today.
So dumb. Why, y'all?
Because
Why?
he overslept. Come on now.
Ugh.
I woke up and I thought, what's happening? I always take my pre-game nap, and I thought I overslept by an hour. But another thing we need to talk about, Valhalla, because I didn't do my due diligence. As you know, I take all my legal advice from Wendy Murphy, all my streaming advice from Cafe Daffy. I don't like to waste time on nonsense. Having said that, I need to address the ludicrous allegations made against Krusty. I don't know how I can be clearer. It's all a lie. I don't get money, even though she, in previous posts, have said she get paid to be an expert, to have opinions based on her experience. Kate doesn't get money. Matt and Kevin doesn't get money. Kevin is Plevin. Matt, I don't know who it is. None of us have received sofas. In the same vein, 2 Leos, a dog, and a minor didn't kill John, and they didn't brilliantly throw him in the front yard. Also, I am not related to anyone in this case. If you can't understand these facts, I can't help you. Karen Reed alone is on trial for killing John. She admitted she hit him. The person who made false allegations against Kate has a rap sheet longer than Diddy's indictment. That is not true. Anyway, enough said on the continued shite show that has nothing to do with seeking justice for John O'Keefe and his family. And
this chick, I can't with this girl, man. I can't. She's so ridiculous. How could she possibly know whether or not all of these people are getting paid, or have received a sofa, or the fact that she just totally lets Kate Peters's rap sheet out of this entire post? Because I don't know if you know this or not, but Kate Peters has had some legal issues of her own, my good friend.
Well, I did some digging because I was up early watching goats while at the gym, and then I started Googling. And while I did this, one of my secret sources sent me something. This is Form 10.8/B, Influencer Payment Request Application, Confidential Norfolk SOC Operations Instructions. I bet this is the one, because if you can see down here, select Section 2, Payment Level Request, the doink rate, plastic lawn chair money, the cross rate, sectional couch money, the expert rate, book deal, guaranteed TV segments, and pretend gravitas. Can we do a FOIA request and see if any of these have filled out?
I'm sure we could.
108/B.
When did you make this? This morning?
When did I make it? I don't make anything. I haven't even filled out my taxes for the last quarter. I don't do anything. You know that.
I think Denmark's pretty serious about their taxes, man. You should get on that.
Yeah, it's just I have all the receipts plugged. I just need to put it in what account to take it from and what account to put it into.
It's early, bro. It's early.
I have one in checkout currently. Just need a PO box. What did I miss?
The sectional, I'm guessing.
And it's just as spotted as Krusty's couch.
Oh, I could have done without that visual.
I have my coffee right here.
Monster Rehab.
What do you think will happen today?
A whole lot more nonsense. I think this sworn affidavit regarding Turtle Boy is going to have absolutely no mention today in court. I think that Bev is going to sigh a lot, and I think that probably somebody on the defense team is going to get yelled at today. That's my guess for the day.
Yeah, I think she's going to yell a lot about the defense. It's going to last 45 minutes, and then she's going to retire, and she's going to read her pre-made statement that they can testify like in the first trial.
Yeah.
Perhaps Jen paid for a psych session and KP got mixed up. Maybe she meant a sectioning couch.
That's funny.
Who, if anyone was driving the ambulance? Boy, do I miss Lally. I heard his voice and I instantly forgot how much I hated him.
I didn't. I mean, I hate him less than Brennan, but
yeah. The Rock better be brought up. Yeah, I've seen all about that Rock. I don't think it's anything.
I didn't see
the jurors walking around out there looking at a Rock that says Albert. Should they think, oh, this is probably where his head hit when no one said, hey, look for a rock in the front lawn?
I can see Brennan out there painting it bright orange before everybody gets there.
Yeah, sprinkling fresh blood on it. Saying, no, he didn't mention. He said, look at the spoiler. So,
did you see the picture of the spoiler?
Again, I think it's the branches on the tree in the background.
Oh, you think it's just a reflection?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, why would they take a picture of it then? I think it's actually sun damage. It looks like the paint was bubbled up from either sun damage or like rust underneath the paint.
There's no rust underneath the paint because it's a plastic spoiler. So
that's what I assumed. So I figured it was just sun damage.
But you don't sun damage a car in Massachusetts in 2 years.
Yeah, maybe. If they put it in the police parking lot and it's had a mirror shining the sun directly on it or something from another car, I don't know. It could happen. I'm pretty sure it happened while it was in police custody.
I'm pretty sure you're just making this up now because you tried to save your argument.
Hey, the prosecution gets to make shit up, so can I.
Yeah. Still no word or comment from Plevin about the affidavit with the couch. No, that's funny. Plevin hasn't been on Twitter since Friday when he promoted their show. Did you know he streams with Caffey Daffy?
It doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
Imagine the sink of IQ that channel is.
3.
Hey everyone! Listen to this. Karen Reed called the DOJ. You used to work for the FBI. Is it normal that the DOJ just acts on a call? Are you retarded? The DOJ doesn't do that. Shut up, Plevin. But what I did was when I went into the Bogaton jungle with a crack team of FBI rescue specialists, we choppered in. Oh, I loved the guy next to me. He was called Dutch. And then we had another guy. He was a Native American. He had a special way about tracking things. Then we had a guy. He was always cracking jokes about his girlfriend's lady parts. He once said, "I would love a little kitty," and she said, "So would I." Yes, that was the Predator.
The Predator.
The problem with The Rock is that it implies that's what John hit his head on. It was removed after the viewing. It doesn't imply that that's where his head is struck. Because, first of all, it's a car length away from where John's body was allegedly found. Second of all, no one said, "Hey, look at this rock and think about it," because they won't bring up that John's head hit a rock. So it doesn't imply anything. It only implies things because we are looking for something. Again, I think the debris field more implies that he hit the fire hydrant. Because looking at the debris field, it don't make sense they want to put the body where they found it. Do they have a decent before picture of the car that is evidence worthy, just layering in more BS? I think they have some okay photos from the Sally port. I could go back and look at all the pictures I have in Discord again, but it'll take an hour. Two dummies who just validate each other's nonsense. Hey, that's me and Val.
We don't always validate each other's nonsense. Sometimes we disagree.
Sometimes you're wrong.
That spot on the car. Yeah, exactly. That spot on the car. That's clearly sun damage.
Having seen the pictures of Bev boarding the bus, I think she might have severe small woman syndrome.
Is she tiny?
I don't. Maybe that's why she always stands up when she talks to the jury.
It could be. I need to get a hair tie. I'll be right back.
Weren't they saying it could be hard ground or rock, the curb, something hard? No, the first trial, they claimed it was either the ground or the curb. Trooper Paul said he did that pirouette 360 and hit the back of his head on the curb and then flew on to the grass. And Lally said it was from when he fell backwards onto the ground. That's what they claimed the first time. But again, the rock is at least a car length away from where John's body was found. So unless someone stood at, and we have no evidence of this, unless someone stood at the side and said, "Yeah, this is where his head is, and look at this rock that's perfectly placed right next to it."
In all fairness, how did his head penetrate that much snow to get to the rock? Because there's a lot of snow, Baker.
That's a lot of snow. That's
it acts as a cushion. Like a big fluffy pillow.
Hey, Maria Mills.
This is completely unrelated, but yesterday I found a stack of my military awards, right?
Yeah.
And I found an extra ARCOM that I either forgot about or didn't realize I had ever. An Army Commendation Medal. Army Commendation Medal.
What do you get one of those for?
Well,
is it like a participation award?
No. The ARCOM's actually kind of serious. For meritorious service during Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Oh, I'm so sad that I only got like a placard from when I got, I don't know what you call it, from the American Army when we put out that forest fire, and I had a cat that ruined it because it was in a moving box, and it just crapped all over it.
So according to Google, the Army Commendation Medal is a mid-level award given to members of the U.S. Armed Forces who have distinguished themselves by acts of heroism, meritorious achievement, or meritorious service.
Well, cool.
Yeah, found an extra one. I didn't realize I had two. I thought I only had one.
Congratulations, moderate this. 21 never looked this good, but you're pulling it off. No,
for real,
I didn't get a plaque. I just got a page where it said, no, it's certificate of appreciation.
Appreciation, there you go.
Yeah,
certificate of achievement, certificate of appreciation
for supporting and I don't think we got for supporting American troops in danger or something like that. Not for saving, but because these little B-boys were sitting on the top of a hill crying for a helicopter evac while we were driving up through a forest fire to help them put out the fire. It's really fun when they burn over the lines for the signal flares. That makes it kind of like 4th of July. Yeah, especially when you're walking perimeter and just check there's nothing burning inside the perimeter, and then you just hear.
What the hell?
And I stepped on a freaking snake. I thought I was standing on a kind of deflated water hose. So because again, it's dark out. There was fire all around the mountain, and I just stepped on this, and I thought, "Oh, that's a water hose we rolled out earlier," and it just started moving. I got a little scared. I know, and went back.
I bet.
And then we had the best thing was when the American soldiers found out that our female firefighter was called Louise Slot.
Called what?
S-L-O-T.
Louise the Slut?
No, Louise Slot. Her name was S-L-O-T, Slot. It means castle in Denmark.
Okay. That's not what it means in the U.S.
They were like, she's what? Come again? What's her name? Well, she was kind of a slut too, so.
Who was talking about snakes?
I did. I just said I stepped on a snake.
Oh, I missed that part.
Sometimes you should watch the show.
Yeah, I wasn't paying any attention to what the words were that you were saying.
Did you squeal because I could see you squealing? No, I didn't squeal. I'm a tough guy.
Snake did.
I went and cried in a cover, and I got the only time deployed. I got some kind of, I don't know if it was fleas or whatever it was. I had so many bug bites when I got home from that. We were one night, and I think I was there another time. I did. We did a rotation because you were shifting in and out the Americans. Normally, it was American and Polish troops doing guard duty, so we have to go up and help them. And that night, I was just covered in flea bites all up and down my arms. It was so nasty. Give Baker a ticket. Thank you, Steve.
Sorry, wrong person. Appreciate it, Stingy. Stingy sent me a video today.
Oh my. Giggity.
I see nothing wrong with that statement. Completely factual.
My book's still Pete Plevin. Yeah. And it's still less fiction. Bad weekend for Krusty. Well, so far nothing really for Krusty other than she is out there running interference a lot. But nothing is presented in court. Nothing's been ruled on. So far, everything is hearsay. I've seen a lot of people being angry that online lawyers don't want to talk about it. Well, it's because lawyers have kind of an obligation to the bar, and they have to make sure, blah, blah, blah. That's why I always preference all of my stuff with allegedly, possibly, could be, because it's a written affidavit. Yeah, I know she does it under the pain of perjury, but some people don't care to lie if they lie under perjury. Harry Roberts. So let's see how far it goes. I think Aiden going to court tomorrow?
I have no idea.
Wednesday, maybe?
I have no idea.
Can you imagine how gross that couch is? Yeah, it'll already have cigarette burns and whatever substance she partakes in spilled all over it. So doing my couch shopping, if you give your passport up or a signed payment, you agree you committed felony fraud.
What?
I don't know. Brandon was looking at the numbers for the item number.
Yeah.
And apparently it doesn't pop. when you put in okay, this is the right part of the sofa, it doesn't pop up on the website.
Really?
So
The
30th. So that'll be Wednesday.
Maybe Coffin Daffer is telling the truth. Maybe nobody did receive a couch. Maybe it's just a fake receipt.
Maybe it's a fake invoice. Marissa noted that there was no sales tax on it, but that could be because that couldn't be because they would still have, even though they finance it through a company, they would still have to have that on the files that the sale, because it's the sale end that adds the sales tax, right?
Yeah, unless I guess they could adjust for that, right? Instead of it being a $900 couch, it might have been an $867 couch that they added the tax to in the sale. But I would think that they still had to show that.
But that would still be written tax amount.
Yeah, I would think so.
I found it eventually, but it's
Good morning,
definitely
Council.
not a
Good
scoop.
morning, Ms. Reed. Good
I
morning.
checked it with chats.
Good morning. I do have to ask you
The
this.
SKU is the number identifying what the item is.
Yes. Were you all able
Okay.
to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here on Friday?
We're 15 minutes late and the jury is already in the
Were you
room.
also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
No, I heard about this Aiden Carney guy today. Can I hear about that one,
Did
Your Honor?
anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case?
It's a lease to buy from the payment company. They probably have to pay tax holiday, or a weird Massachusetts law.
In Tennessee, we have tax holidays where
All right.
you'll have like a
Mr.
weekend
Brennan?
where everything's tax free.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Or not everything, but a
Ian
lot
Whiffen.
of things.
Okay.
Ian Whiffen.
All right, just come on up.
Sidebar already?
Already.
Ian Whiffen is the Commonwealth press expert, right?
I think so, yeah. I think.
Why have a tax-free holiday? Brendan said this, and I said, "Are you slow people? Why have one day where it's tax-free?"
Well, it boosts sales and it gives
Yeah,
the
just lower
citizens
tax
a
the rest.
break. What?
Lower taxes the rest of the year.
No, they do it for like so here they do it for like they'll do like 2 a year or something, and it'll be like all groceries are tax free this weekend, or like right before school they'll do like a back to school tax free. So all school supplies, clothes, that kind of stuff, it's all tax free. So the poor mamas can get their kids ready for school without paying the state a bunch of money.
I have an idea. Lower the taxes the rest of the year so they don't need a tax break to pay for their stuff.
Who are you talking to with your 40% income tax? Get out of here. Don't tell us how to tax our people.
42.7% income tax. Thank you. And
Don't
I have
you talk to me about taxes.
No, but I know how ridiculous. I live in a socialist country. I have on average, the Danish taxpayer pays 68.5% of their income in taxes.
That's crazy.
When you make soft serve, you blow air into the ice cream to make it so you can do the swirly part. We have a tax on the air that you add to the ice cream. So no, air isn't free in Denmark.
That's amazing.
We have all these point things for things that they either think is too. We have a tax on nuts, even though nuts is good for you, but because back in the day, and we can't remove a tax because that will happen.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, so we pay, I think, like 200% extra on nuts. We pay 168% extra on the car. That's why.
Oh, you were wrong. Whiffen's not the.
No, he's the Cellbrite guy.
Yeah, he's the Cellbrite guy.
So I'm going to turn off my camera. Can you text me when he's done? Because I'm going to be sleeping through all of it. I don't understand one word that guy is saying.
Oh, you got to at least pretend to pay attention. I don't understand any of this nonsense.
There is a closed caption, but they're just not talking right now.
Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffen.
God, I hate his voice.
Yeah. It'll be a Leslie who crosses, yeah.
Thank God.
Please face our clerk and raise your right hand.
Full gallery today.
You solemnly affirm that the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Why is he? Hey.
What was that?
May I, Your
That was
Honor?
the
Yes,
weirdest-
please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You're
Would
on
you
camera.
kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes,
Why
my
are you
name is
yelling at
Ian
me?
Whiffen. I'm a digital forensics examiner and decoding product manager for Cellbrite.
Why has he got a new accent?
Where did that come from? I don't remember that being a thing.
Is he Paul Hogan all of a sudden? It doesn't pop the. I'm sorry, it doesn't pop the CC. So I'll try and go to. Let's do Lawn and Crim. Maybe they have the CC running. Why did he have an Australian accent?
Process that in software such as physical analyzer.
Let's go back and listen to this.
I don't remember his
Absolutely
accent.
He didn't have an accent like this. He's British.
Oh, this is the guy that was definitely Intel.
Yeah, he's the
Yeah,
fat
that's
guy.
like, yeah, he's definitely an agent somewhere.
Secret agent man.
This is the guy that was like, yeah, I went to Langley for a year, and then I went to Europe, and then I went to UK, and then Canada. Oh, okay. I see you, bro. I see you.
Please face our clerk and raise your right hand. You solemnly affirm that the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
He didn't have this accent.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Ian Whiffen. I'm a digital forensics examiner and decoding product manager for Cellbrite.
You just mentioned Cellbrite. Is that where you work?
It is, yes.
And you're a forensic examiner.
I am.
Can you tell us a little bit about Cellbrite, where you work?
Yes, Cellbrite provides digital forensic solutions to customers globally for access and decoding of digital artifacts from devices.
It's a German British accent.
He spent the last 6 years in Austria. Okay, so it's just now developing, and now he's Austrian. He was from the UK last year. This year he's from Austria. It's part of the gig, man. It's part of the gig.
I seem to remember many swooming over that accent.
Really?
Ladies,
All right.
you need to control yourself.
Where would you find a digital system? Is that resigned to a phone, or is it all systems?
Typically, Cellbrite focuses on phones or iPads, but we do have some additional devices that we can also integrate: computers, vehicles, things like that.
So simply, what is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is a digital intelligence company.
Do they use a certain type of software? Do they brand a certain type of software?
Yeah, we create our own software to access devices and to decode the data that we pull from devices.
So essentially, does that software help you look into the data on the phone and analyze it?
It does, yes.
What is the role of a digital forensic analyst?
Typically, the analyst would take the data that's been extracted from a device such as a cell phone, process that in software such as a physical analyzer that Cellbrite create, and use that information to filter, to search, and to create a report for the investigator.
So he is exactly the same as Trooper Garino. He's just using the extraction.
Except he's worldwide, whereas Garino's just Canton.
Yeah, and he never ever still doesn't work with anything that has to do with anything inside of Cellbrite. He just did the same thing as Garino did.
That would allow them to see what happened on the device at the time being investigated.
How long have you been involved in analyzing data, sir?
I started my career in digital forensics in 2013.
Can you take us back to the beginning of your career and tell us a little bit about how you became involved in learning about analyzing data?
Yeah, this is demonstration, guys. So gird your loins, ladies. This will get boring.
Certainly. I spent 5 years as a frontline police officer in the UK during the 2000s. In 2009, emigrated to Canada and continued policing frontline officer in Calgary before joining the digital forensics team in 2013. Pursued several qualifications related to digital forensics and just continued in that role until 2019 2020, when I left the police agency and began working for Cellbrite.
While you were working,
Jamie always with the good questions. If he's here to talk about the Google search, don't you think we should have testimony about the Google search first? This is ass backwards. I saw some people saying, well, Brennan is really smart because he streamlines the process. No, he's talking. He has 3 stories running at the same time. No one knows anything in this case.
Riders of Rohan.
working at the police agency and began your career analyzing data. Were there special classes that you took?
There were. In order to be a forensic examiner in Canada, you have to take a 3-week foundational course in Ottawa, basically covering the basics of digital forensics. And then from there, other courses are available that would focus on things like cell phones, would focus on how to get data from different types of devices. And then there's industry qualifications that can be sought as well, where you can focus on particular types of device or particular types of data.
Does software in this field continually change?
It does. Every time an update is released to an application or to an operating system, there's the opportunity for the foundation of that software to change. And from a forensics point of view, you have to re-understand what has changed, make sure you understand what is now happening on that device, and provide that information to the users.
As you've progressed through the field, do you continue to take classes?
I've not taken a class now since I actually joined Cellbrite and did the basic foundational courses that Cellbrite offer. But prior to that, I was doing courses across the industry.
Do you teach courses?
I do teach webinars. I don't teach any actual courses, although some of my research and some of my tools are taught to examiners in many of the industry standard qualifications which users seek.
Do you ever write papers about the subject that are published?
I do. So I have a blog where I publish my research. Sometimes some of those become papers which get peer reviewed and distributed.
Notice a little thing there. Do you ever write papers? I do. I have a blog. What doesn't he write papers on? He doesn't write papers on Cellbrite because his blog is about his own program downloaded by tens of people around the world.
Tens of people.
This is the little sleight of hand they use. And again, this guy didn't mention this time that he used to work for, was it Yorkshire Police or Southern Police or something last time?
He said he was a UK cop just now.
Yeah, but last time he talked a lot about his police training. That police department doesn't have the best reputation. So right now, this guy is a little more accredited than Trooper Carino because he also writes blogs that sometimes get peer reviewed. So if Aiden could get 2 journalists to look at one of his Karen Peters got paid under the table blogs and said, yeah, kind of checks out with the evidence, Aiden would have the same credibility level like this guy. This guy has nothing to do with anything inside Cellbrite. He is a salesman who knows how to download a program. And this is the guy that Cellbrite, let's go out and talk on their behalf. I would love if they called a technician from Cellbrite, from the defense team, to ask, why did you change your programming after the last trial?
In more academic channels.
So when one of your papers is peer reviewed, can you tell us what that means?
Yeah, essentially, other forensics examiners would read over the paper that I've written, do their own testing, compare their testing and research to what I've conducted, and make sure that what I've said is consistent with their findings. And presuming that what they find is the same as what I found, then they would agree that it's a valid document and it gets shared.
Take us now to Cellbrite. When you begin.
Oh, by the way, to get peer-reviewed papers, go back and look at like 5 years ago, some people wrote science letters to just see how easy it is to get a scientific paper peer-reviewed. One of them was how it was white privilege the way dog mates. Others just put in Hitler's book, and it got peer-reviewed because it's just a machine right now. There's nothing in it. This guy's just said, yeah, other people who got the same results as me says, yeah, it's good. That's peer-reviewed. So if you write the same as everyone else, they will peer review it and say, yeah, you're just as right as we are.
Well, Baker, if you would have showed me your last book about the farm animals before you read it, that would have been considered peer reviewed.
Yeah, because you could say, yeah, that looks kind of like a horse.
Yeah.
So just then
Peer
McCabe.
review doesn't necessarily mean anything. It just means somebody else looked at it. Big deal.
Began working at Cellbrite. What did you do?
When I started there, I was considered the senior digital intelligence analyst. My role was to help the developers of the software understand the role of a digital forensics examiner, what an examiner needs from the tool, what an examiner wants to do with the tool, and how they want to use it. And then since then, I've progressed to the decoding product manager, where I can manage the backlog of software applications that we support, decide how we should support those applications, and how that information should look to the users.
Do you do
He's a
research?
project manager.
I do still do research, yes. It's not my primary function within Cellbrite, but it's something that I've continued to do throughout my career.
Have you ever done any programming?
Yes, again, I'm not an official programmer with Cellbrite, but I do program as well, and I have several.
Again, it's the sleight of hand. I'm not an official programmer with Cellbrite, but I do program. I'm also not a professional author, but I do write. Doesn't mean that Penguin Books and I have a relationship. It just means I'm an idiot with a computer and too much time.
I'm not a golden book author, but I have written a book about gold.
Yeah, it's sleight of hand again. Cellbrite doesn't trust me to program, just sell their product. Yeah, he's a project manager for what the customers want.
Several tools, which I've written myself for the last few years, since around 2015. Tools that I wrote to do the things that the vendor tools didn't do, and to offer examiners things that the vendor tools didn't offer.
I do remember his
maintain
stupid
those
accent
tools
now.
as a learning opportunity for myself, and also because other examiners can make use of these same features.
But it's also
Mr.
less
Whitman, have you
German
ever
now than when he
testified
started.
in courts regarding forensic examination of data?
I have, yes.
And can you share a little bit about that?
I forgot where he was.
I've been qualified as an
testifying
expert in Canada, Australia, the UK, in total around 20 times.
I want you to take us now to the Cellbrite software. We talked a little bit about it. I don't want to go into too much detail, but can you help us explain how software works like Cellbrite software?
Yes, so fundamentally, when we've got data from a device, it's a series of files, a series of databases, property lists, or all manner of different structured data. The software that we create
Because Bev is the judge in this case.
knows where these files
Well, that's
exist,
a new
knows how
camera
to
angle.
read these files and what the data inside them means, and provides a clear view for the user to view that data. As an example, if you were to look at the SMS database on a device, all you would see is a long list of messages that don't really have an easy way to interpret or to read them. Software takes that information, converts it into a conversational view so that as a user, you can read the data. You can see who sent what message, what time it was sent. We can do decoding and decryption of various different types of security to give the user as much information as possible.
Is there other software available in addition to Cellbrite?
There's multiple vendor supply tools and multiple tools available that are maintained by users in the community, like myself.
Does a forensic examiner, should they rely simply on the software program, or is there more to do other than the program itself?
The software program is great at finding the data and displaying the data, but I always maintain it's the role of the examiner to actually understand what that data means and provide context and validation for what that data means, making sure.
No wonder Garino's so terrible.
But it's not though, because it's just downloading the database and putting it in order. So what you're saying is people are so stupid that they can't take the list of things and just read. This phone call was made at this time from this phone to that phone from this GPS location. It was answered. It lasted for 22 seconds. You can't do that without an interpreter. If your program is that bad, then you should change it. Again, I've been doing jury duty for 14 years. I have watched tens, if not 20s, maybe even a way more Cellbrite reports. Cellbrite is super intuitive. The only thing you need is a cop who goes through it and say, this is related to the case, this is not, this is related, and picks it out. You don't need anyone to interpret it for you.
That the end user of the report, whether that's the investigator, a judge, or a jury, can understand what.
It's something they do in this case, and it's effing annoying because it's tilted.
What that data actually means, rather than just taking it at face value from the software.
Does the software create a report that you can look at that manages or arranges some of the data that you can see?
It does. It just creates a list of all of the results that the examiner wants to include in the report.
So the software can produce a report, but the examiner goes beyond the report and looks into the data itself?
The examiner can and should go beyond what the program provides.
Let's turn now to your involvement in this case. Can you share with us when you first became aware of the data in this case and how that came about?
Yes, it was actually one of the public relations managers at Cellbrite who reached out to me or to my team because he'd heard about this case and about the confusion regarding a timestamp and requested if we could look into it and find out what the confusion was and how we could respond to it. At that point, I contacted the investigators to get more details.
Did you learn that a consumer had called about a question relative to a report produced by the software?
Yes, there was both the troopers who had requested information about this particular artifact and also a private forensics examiner, Richard Green.
And when Richard Green reached out to your company, what specifically was the question or issue?
He reached out to the tech support team, asking basically if there's a timestamp that doesn't make sense. I need to understand what this timestamp means.
What is a timestamp?
Essentially, it is the time which is attributed to an artifact. So it should intentionally be when something happened on that device, we would show a timestamp associated to it.
Can you tell us what an artifact is?
An artifact would be any piece of data that we pull from that device. So it could be a text message, it could be a location point, it could be a photograph.
So if I had photographs on my phone, would each photograph be considered an artifact?
It would, yes.
Would the date and time I took the photograph be considered an artifact?
I'd consider that a property of the artifact.
And if I had a phone call or a text message, those would be considered artifacts?
Yes.
When I look at my phone and I see a call log or a name, does that tell me all the information about that call?
When you look on the phone itself?
Yeah.
No, there's usually a lot more information in the background of the phone that's available to the forensics examiner, which the user wouldn't necessarily see on the device.
And so when you're looking at an artifact, a phone call, a text message, whatever it may be, and you see it on a report, if you want to know more detail, where it came from, when it was developed, when it started, is that what a forensic examiner would do to look into the data to try to identify that other information?
Yes, you can see what other information is available. You can see if there's any information that's been deleted that can be recovered. And you can validate the information that's there and make sure that the timestamps are being interpreted correctly and that they mean what you think they mean.
You told us you got a call from a consumer or a forensic examiner, Richard Green, about a timestamp. What type of timestamp? For what type of artifact was this timestamp?
It was related to an internet query.
And so there was an internet query on a phone that had a timestamp, and this gentleman, Mr. Green, had a question about it.
He did. He wanted to know how accurate the timestamp was in relation to when the internet query was made.
Did you look into the question, the query that was made?
In response to Richard Green at that time, I didn't. I wasn't aware that Richard Green had made this request until several months later. But it was an almost identical question that had been asked by the troopers here. And that's the question that I was able to look into and to answer.
And can you share with us what was the issue? What was the question that you were actually looking into?
The question was related to a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. And an internet query that appeared to have occurred at that time. There was no other information on the device that suggested that that internet query had occurred at that time. So we wanted to know how relevant is that timestamp to when the query happened. So I was able to take test devices, recreate test data to find out exactly what this timestamp meant, and discovered that it was actually the timestamp that the tab within the browser was brought into focus and had no relevance to when the actual web query had been made.
And so after you looked into the issue and came to a determination or opinion, did you reach back out to Mr. Green?
Eventually, yes, I did. After I provided information to the troopers, I wrote a blog that covered this information because there was another examiner in Europe who had a very similar question, and I realized that this is a relatively common point of confusion. And then eventually I reached out to Richard Green, offering to speak to him about this issue and clear up any confusion, but never received a response.
So to summarize, there was an inquiry about a phone that made a Google or a internet search, and the question is,
if you're new to this case and you don't know what it's about, and now we're having a guy who's testifying about a Google search that didn't happen, even though it might have happened, but someone asked if it did and he thought it didn't. Are you wondering, oh, this is really interesting? Or are you thinking, why the hell are we looking at a phone? because the only one who talked about a phone was Kerry Roberts. And what's that phone about? What does it say?
Is what time was that search made?
Correct.
And relative to that inquiry, there was a timestamp on some of the data that said 2:27 a.m.
Correct.
Sustained.
So at some point, did you have an opportunity to forensically examine a telephone that was attributed to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
I did have the opportunity to look at the.
I think from the motions filed, he will be giving a demonstration. And right now, the only person who says, yay, is Russian bot. The rest of us is thinking, can we just get to the ARCA?
The data that was extracted from that device. I never saw the device itself.
And putting that aside for a second, secondly, were you asked to look at any other phone to examine data in this case, aside from the phone attributed to Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I was also sent the extraction of data from John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you look through the data and analyze some of the data in John O'Keefe's phone?
I did, yes.
So I want to walk through both your analysis of Jennifer McCabe's phone, but also of John O'Keefe's phone. So if we can first start with Ms. McCabe's phone.
Yes.
Did you actually receive her phone?
I didn't know. It was just a download of the extraction.
So how does that work?
The examiners here had done the extraction of the device, resulting in a large zip file, which is a container containing all of the files extracted from the phone. They uploaded it to Cellbright's secure portal, where I was able to download it and verify what the data was in the extraction.
When you received the download of the extraction for Jennifer McCabe's phone, was it a similar process for John O'Keefe's phone?
With John O'Keefe's phone, I actually received the data on a USB thumb drive through the mail.
And before we begin, can you summarize briefly the issue, what you were looking for, and what the scope was as far as Jennifer McCabe's phone?
For Jennifer McCabe's phone, it was related to the internet search that occurred, or that allegedly occurred at 2:27:40.
And as part of your effort and analysis, did you put together a PowerPoint that would help educate us on how timestamp works and what happened in this case regarding a search?
I did, yes.
And have you seen that PowerPoint recently?
I did, yes.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Russian bot was the only guy who understood anything the last time. But now we're going to have a PowerPoint. I will be sleeping.
Yes, this is the PowerPoint presentation I created related to Jen's phone.
And with that presentation, do you have it downloaded on your computer?
I do, yes.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You know, with the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffen to be able to use his computer to walk us through the PowerPoint and explain it to the jury.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Whiffen.
Okay.
Hey, Krista.
Okay, we begin, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, if you would walk us through and explain the PowerPoint and explain this issue to the jury, what the question was and how you resolved it.
Of course. Okay. The query revolved around a database called browserstate.db. Browserstate stores information about Safari internet browser and about the tabs that the user has either had open or has open. Fundamentally, in this presentation, I wanted to include information from iOS 14 and earlier. iOS 14 is not the version of iOS that was on Jen McCabe's phone, but iOS 14 has an easier way to understand how this database works. And then I can move on to iOS 15, which was the device, or was the version installed on Jen McCabe's phone. And
could you try and write it in Dutch? Because I think it would make more sense if I tried to read it. All of this makes no sense. I am the ultimate, I don't understand tech. So, yeah. But I don't mind the outcome, so I won't fight it too hard. Well, at least you understood the outcome.
And hopefully by that point, it'll be clearer how this information is being populated on the device.
Could you tell us what iOS means?
iOS is Apple's proprietary operating system available on iPhones.
Thank you.
Fundamentally, the browserstate.db tabs table is shown, hopefully I can show this on here, in the top here. The real database has many more fields, but these are the fields which are important for the demonstration to just see the row ID, the timestamp that's recorded, the URL or the web address, and the title of the page. And the example at the side there, you can see there's the browser is open, but there is no tab actually in focus at this time.
Can I take us just a little bit back so we can put this in context?
Yes.
When you are doing internet searches on your phone and you hit Safari or Google or whatever search engine you're going to use, does it create a tab?
It doesn't create a tab just by opening the application, but there may be tabs already open in the background when you start the application, and then you can tell it to create further tabs.
So if I have a phone, can I have a number of different tabs on my phone at the same time if I search for different things throughout the day?
Correct. You can have hundreds of tabs open.
Do tabs stay open forever or can you close them?
They stay open until you close them.
So if you look at your phone and you have a number of different tabs, and say, for example, I start with one tab, I'm looking for the local football score. Can I reuse that same tab for some other search, or do I have to use a new tab to start a new search?
You could use that tab for as long as you wanted, or create a new tab to do additional searches while maintaining the original tab in its current state.
And so what you're trying to demonstrate to the jury is identifying a time on one of these tabs where
It's because I shifted to another channel because the CC didn't pop on Court TV, but it's really annoying. I don't like that view. I'll go back and see if Court TV has a CC on, and I'll go back to that.
particular search was made.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Could you explain this demonstration as it relates to tabs on these internet searches? What are we actually trying to learn?
So as I showed, there's a field in this table called timestamp. It's actually called last viewed timestamp. And I wanted to prove or to demonstrate what that timestamp means, how that timestamp gets populated, and how it's relevant or irrelevant to a case.
So if I have one or many tabs open on my phone, each tab will have its own timestamp?
Correct.
And the URL, that's whatever I look up when I search on the search engine?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Is that what's in that?
That's great. The URL is the address of the page that's being viewed.
So if I have a tab open and I use it continuously, 3, 4, 5, 10 times, will the timestamp change?
No, it will not.
And is that what you're explaining to us now?
Correct. That's part of the demonstration and presentation.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
So in this instance, at 10 a.m., which is shown in the top of the device there, we can see I visit firstpage.com as an example website. At that time, a row is created in the database that shows row ID 1 with the timestamp 10 a.m. when the page was opened. The URL and the title are relevant to the page that was visited, so firstpage.com. A minute later, excuse me, I now use the same tab to visit secondpage.com. What actually happens in the database at this point in time is the first record is updated with new information. So we continue to see row ID 1. We continue to see the timestamp that the tab was opened at 10 a.m. And we now see the URL and the title that are related to the secondpage.com website. So I've shown it here. The first one is red to show that's no longer a live record. It's been replaced by the new record that's underneath it in black. A minute later again, I can visit thirdpage.com. And at that point, the record's updated a further time. So we still see that it's row ID 1. Because no new rows are being created, we're just simply updating the existing rows. So we still have row ID 1, we still have 10 a.m. as the timestamp, and we have the URL and the title that show thirdpage.com instead.
Mr. Whiffen, so in the URL column, there are 3 different searches?
Yes, this is 3 different pages that have been visited within the same tab.
And in the data, it has 3 timestamps, but they're all the same?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
This database is not monitoring web navigation events. It's purely monitoring the tab events. So when the tab's brought into focus or when the tab's created is the only timestamp that's relevant here.
Thank you.
From a non-forensic point of view, if I was looking at this database in a regular database viewing tool, all I would see is the black record at the bottom. I wouldn't see the other 2 records because they've been essentially overwritten by the third record. If I was to use a forensic tool, though, then I would see all of these records because the forensic tool is designed to find the older versions of these records that have been replaced. So again, from a forensic point of view, I would see all of these records, I would see all the different URLs, and I would see the same timestamp and the same row ID for all of them. This fundamentally changed in iOS 15, and I've tested this on multiple versions of iOS 15, 16, 17, and 18, including iOS 15.2.1, which is the same version of iOS installed on Jen McCabe's phone. In this case, the data is not written to the database immediately. So I've tried to show here that we have some in-memory variables, so essentially a short-term memory that the device knows exist, but aren't written to the database yet, so they're not written long-term. So in this case, if at 10 a.m. I go to firstpage.com, we see that the in-memory variable, the timestamp URL and title, are updated to show a 10 a.m. timestamp and the firstpage.com information. But you can see at the bottom, I still have the browser state tabs table, and nothing has been written to that database at this time.
So can I ask you a question about this browser state DB? What does that mean? What does that tell us?
The browser state.db is just the name of the database that Apple are using to monitor the tab activity on the device.
Will a cell phone have a number of different databases it will send information to, or is it all one database?
There are hundreds or thousands of databases, depending on what applications are installed on the device. Each database typically targets a different application or a different feature.
Can information from a URL or a Google search or a Safari search, can it leave data on different databases, or does it always go to one database?
It can leave on different databases, for sure.
Thank you.
So again, to continue this example, if I now go to secondpage.com a minute later, we can see that now the in-memory variable is updated. So the timestamp still remains 10 a.m., the same as it did previously on iOS 14, but the URL and the title are updated to reflect the current web page that's being viewed. Again.
Yeah, and the problem is you are explaining it to 12 of me, not 12 Russian bots. So this guy saying URL tag has crop wall is kind of like trying to explain to my mother that it's not enough to tell me that the computer is blinking to make it not blink anymore.
How are they talking about this already? Jen McCabe hasn't been on the stand. The search in question hasn't been established. Like, how are they preemptively talking about this without any kind of foundation behind it? It doesn't make sense to me.
Is Jen the next one?
Who knows? But shouldn't she have to be there first before they can even address this? You're talking about a Google search that hasn't been entered into evidence. What if, for some crazy reason,
any mention of it is, did you hear her ask to Google something?
Right.
That's the only, and anyone who's sitting in the jury box right now, not knowing about this case, would sit there and think, so what if any Google search are we talking about? What happened at 227? Why are they talking about 227? I'm really interested in 227. They're not sitting there thinking, oh yeah, the hash value on that. Oh yeah, that's really interesting. Everyone is probably sitting kind of like Jamie the last time someone said, you can leave your house.
Hi, Jamie.
God. Hi,
How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
I heard you saying that, and that's my thing too, is I think Brennan's strategy is to get this all out here so that when the jury actually hears the testimony about the Google search, they're gonna be like, well, that guy said it's absolute BS. So
that tab was open for game result or payment. It's a year ago. I'm dumb. I don't know what. I don't understand.
Tell me how it makes sense that you open one tab and it just keeps that timestamp the whole time, and you can just keep searching things. Like, what company would make their program like that? Like, everything, it just makes no sense.
It wasn't really deleted, marked as deleted. It never existed, and the tool assumed it was deleted. Now, I'm.
Wait, what?
I'm more lost now than ever.
Again, nothing has been written to the browser state database. I can go to thirdpage.com. Again, we see the in-memory variables for the URL and the title are updated, but the timestamp still remains the time that this tab was brought into focus or created, not the time that the navigational event occurred. Still, nothing's been written to the browser state database, and it's not until you actually close the tab that the information gets removed from the in-memory variables and written into the database. And at that point, the information written to the database is whatever was in the in-memory variable. So right now, all we have is a single record in the database that shows the 10 a.m. timestamp. That's when the tab was opened. And we have the thirdpage.com URL and title information, which is the most recent web page visited in that tab. It wouldn't matter whether I was looking at this data using a regular database tool or a forensic database tool. The only record that I will see is this particular record. There may be multiple versions of this record, but still would only show me this timestamp and this URL information, because this is the only information that was ever committed to the database. Okay, moving on from that, there was multiple databases or multiple data sources on Jen McCabe's phone.
Who's Jen?
Also,
Jen
why does this have anything to...
Jen is the one who rode in a car with Carrie. Why are we talking about Jen's Google searches?
It has nothing to do with the accusations against Karen Reed. It has everything to do with defending Jen McCabe, and it doesn't make sense to be in this trial.
Right now, we are talking about a woman who's peripherally mentioned in a woman's testimony as one that was there that morning. Why? If I was on the jury, I would be sitting there thinking, oh, she's that chick who was such a horrible person. She dropped kids off at a house where people just died. That's all I know about Jen. I haven't even seen her horse face yet. And now I'm going to learn about her Google searches.
Also, I do like the fact that Whiffen, the first time he referred to her, just called her Jen, not Jen McCabe.
Yeah.
Jen McCabe. They're clearly a little more personal than they should be.
And Rubia has it correct. I don't know tech, so it's at 2 a.m. Yeah, show me it says 2 a.m. there, and no matter how much you can finagle with your British accent and sit and say, well, I have my own program, I'll just say it says 2:27.
And again, I don't understand how many people have been put in prison due to this mess up in the
Web
time.
searches at certain times.
Right.
Right
Like, how
down to
many
the
people
time
are
and the date.
currently sitting in prison right now because of this error, according to Whiffen?
Hey, can you-
And was this the only
Can be
error?
used
I
see
swear to
what actually
God,
happened on the device.
is this the only error that ever happened? Ever
Yeah.
in history?
At this
Because
time.
I've never heard of anything else.
So the analysis I did looked at the browser state database that we just described, the history database, which is what is tracking the navigational events. So every time you visit a website and the website fully loads, it gets written to the history
John.
database to say this URL was visited at this time. And that's the information that as a user you can see when you look at the internet history in your device. It will list all of the web pages that are being visited. com.apple mobile safari.plist is a property list file, so essentially a list of values and information, keys and values that would describe various settings on the device typically, but it also stores information such as the last searches that were conducted using the Safari search feature. And then finally here we've got knowledgec.db, which is a massive database at the heart of iOS that stores lots of types of information. It can tell you what web page was actually on the screen at any given time. It can tell you when the backlight came on, when the backlight went off, when the device was locked or unlocked, the battery level, lots of different types of information, but useful here for the web pages that were being viewed. So using the combination of all those sources, I could see that at 2:27:29 a.m., Safari was opened from the application library on the device. At 2:27:29 a.m., when Safari opened, there was already numerous tabs open in the background. The browser would show in the foreground whatever browser tab was opened when Safari was previously minimized. In this case, we can see, looking at knowledgec.db, that the web page that was being viewed was related to Hockenmock Sports Friday's schedule scoreboard. At around 2:27:30, that tab would have been closed. Now, we don't actually have a time the tab was closed, but based on other activity, this timestamp can be inferred.
But you just said that that's when it writes, when you close the tab. So why didn't it write it to the database there? And again, this is the stupid thing I don't understand. You're at a party. You leave that party at around 1. 90 minutes later, you go Google a game you were at. When I go home from drinking, I'll take a cab, I'll get a kebab, I'll eat half of it, and I'll drink a glass of electrolyte. And then I'll fall over in my bed, hoping I'm not going to puke before I wake. I'm not Googling what happened at the game I was at 6 hours ago. You all hop down and let Russian butt up. I'm more confused than every male actor in the Gemstone TV show who thought swinging. No.
Essentially, when this tab was closed, a record is created in the browser state database that shows the timestamp 1:59:44 a.m. That would have been the tab at the time that the tab took focus, and then the Hockenmock Sports Friday schedule scoreboard URL. At 2:27:31, there was a browser switch occurred, and the last visited timestamp that's held in memory would have taken the time that this occurred, so 2:27:31. This URL was PayPal. There was no navigational event listed in history, so this wasn't a page that was visited from a bookmark or from typing in a URL. It was whatever was currently shown in that tab when the tab was brought into focus. And we know that this exact URL was last visited at 7:40 a.m. on the 28th of January. This is evidenced in browser state and in knowledgec. Around a second later, that tab gets closed, and that record gets written to the database with a time of 2:27:31, because that's the time the tab was brought back into focus. It gets written with the URL and the title information related to PayPal.
So she looked at it at 7:30 in the morning, and then at 2:27, she just happened to Google the same thing again.
No,
Like 19 hours
she
later.
looked at it at 08:02 2 days before.
He said
27th.
7 something on the 28th is what he said. 8 something a.m., 7:49 a.m. on the 28th. He just said that.
This URL last accessed on 08:02 on 27th January. It would be nice if Court TV had CC so we could get it full screen instead of this crap. Did he say the wrong date?
It gets written with the URL and the title information related to PayPal. At 2:27:33, another tab is brought into focus from the background. This one related to Eastern Bank. Again, the last visited timestamp would be updated because this tab has now been brought into focus, causing the timestamp to change. We know that this particular website was visited at 8:02 on the 27th of January, and there's no new navigational events at this time. So we know it's just brought into focus and visible on screen according to Knowledge C and browser state databases. That tab gets closed and it gets written to the database. This again is going to show, and I've just noticed there's a typo on here, the timestamp at the top is showing correctly. But essentially it's closed around this time, and the Eastern Bank URL is written to the browser state database with the 227.33 timestamp. At 227.35, we see that there's a YouTube video shown on screen related to It's Raining Men. This shows in Knowledge C, there's no new navigational event for it, but there's also no timestamp in the browser state database at this point. This is because this page is actually, or this tab is brought back into focus a second time. And when it gets brought into focus the second time, the timestamp that's attributed to it overwrites the timestamp.
Didn't have it written on my phone.
Sounds convoluted, but essentially, if you imagine the in-memory.
Okay, what?
No, I'm just annoyed.
Yeah, but you said okay, so that means I have to stop so you can gabble on, so I don't stop you again.
No, because I had nothing to say other than this doesn't make sense.
No, and again, you go home from a party, you're drunk, you've been out partying all night, you stay up for 90 minutes, and then all of a sudden, you check the game you were at, you check your PayPal, then you go to your bank, and then you watch It's Raining Men. I don't know what boring ass parties you go to in America, but that's not how we party in Denmark.
I've been known to scroll some random crap.
We're not talking about scrolling random crap, Jamie. We are actually talking about checking the score from a game you were at that night. Who are you going to talk to it? Your husband? 2, you're going to PayPal for what? And then you're going to check your bank statements at 2:30 in the morning. It's not random stuff that you're scrolling. Plus, It's Raining Men, she keeps talking about that in the first trial, that they were playing It's Raining Men at the house. That's not true, because the last time it was open was 2 days before. So again, it's not random stuff like, oh, I'm just going to scroll through all of this. It's actually quite specific stuff she's looking at. If she had been in bed and just be running through her TikTok or something, I could buy it, watching The Broken Baker on YouTube TV. But that's not what she's doing. She's doing very specific tasks that is really weird at 2:30 in the morning. Why are you checking your PayPal at 2:30?
Personally, the searches she's doing like that don't bother me. It's just it's all the timestamps of everything, like how this timestamps this and overwrites this, and that's what is just annoying to me, because I don't think any of it's correct.
But she's not searching anything. It's tabs she has open. She accesses programs.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't understand. It's because all of these tabs was last opened on the 27th. That's why it says 27th.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand. I can understand if there was a text saying, "Hey Jen, you know that thing we always do where you bring Duncan to the kids on his birthday? I PayPal'd you $20 so you can buy it." Then maybe, okay, I go in and check it. But if you've been out partying all night, unless you're 20 years old and afraid you spend all your monies buying bottles, there's no reason to go home from a party, stay up for another 90 minutes, and then start Googling what money you have on your bank account.
Hang on. So according to this guy, the last time It's Raining Men was accessed was on the 27th?
This is what it says.
But there's testimony from several witnesses
on 27th. Yes, she was playing Raining Men all the time at the party
on the 28th, the night of the 28th at the Albert's house.
No, the 29th. The 29th, because it was when they returned to the house she was playing It's Raining Men.
Oh, after midnight, technically. Yeah, so you're right. Yeah. So the 29th, she was playing It's Raining Men a bunch, more than once, I think they said.
Yeah.
With the umbrella and the whole gay thing, right? So how is this saying that she hadn't accessed that specifically since the 27th? That doesn't make any damn sense.
I don't know.
I think Mr. Whiffin's a damn liar. That's what I think.
I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
I think you need to dumb it down like we are 5 years old with a learning disability because I don't understand anything. But again, it's not, even if it's correct what he's saying about the times, tell me who goes home from a party, stays up for 90 minutes, and then at 2:30 in the morning starts checking their bank statements. Why isn't her ass in bed? And then you can check your bank statements at 7 o'clock in the morning when you're getting up to get Dunkin's to go to your nephew's house. Checking bank statements at 2:30 in the morning, I have never, maybe Jamie does it, but to me, I have never, ever heard about anyone, unless you are one of those, I'm a student and I only have $5 for the rest of the month, and it's the second at the month, and I might have bought too many beers. I don't understand.
Every timestamp here would have said 227.35, but then there's another tab that's brought into focus related to Hockomock Sports at 227.36.
I'm yelling.
So listen, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes.
This timestamp 227.36, does that indicate the time when this tab was actually opened?
Yes. The time the tab was brought into focus or opened.
What does it mean brought into focus?
If you imagine you could have 5 or 6 or however many tabs in the background, you select one of those tabs to view. It makes it full screen. That would be considered in focus, and that would cause the timestamp to be updated.
So if someone had an open tab that had a timestamp, and then they put it in the background to look at a different tab, but then
the other
back
lady,
to an early
that's
tab
even
and opened it,
worse.
so it created a new timestamp.
It would update the timestamp.
If somebody had an open
Doesn't
tab
that kind of,
and they didn't put it in the background, but they used other functions or shut off the phone, and when they came back, that tab was still open.
Why? If you haven't been out spending money, why are you checking? My ex-wife did the
I
same with
do
my kids.
too. I don't know why, and it
I do
has nothing
too.
to do
Weird.
with anything.
I do too.
I'll just check and be like, did that bill come out? Even though I know I paid, I don't know. I just used to just do stuff like that.
Okay,
I'm like, ooh,
Jamie, how
can I
many
buy something off
times in
Amazon?
Copenhagen did you check your bank statements?
Well, I never.
47.
First of all, I only had
You
Wi-Fi in the apartment, so
You didn't check it once, right?
I didn't spend any time.
How many times have you been out drinking since 6 o'clock, gotten home, and instead of thinking, oh, I need to let my hair down and take my slippers on and go to bed, you thought, no, let me stay up for 90 minutes without touching my phone, doing anything on my phone. Then I'll search Hockomock Sports for a game I was just at, to talk to my husband who was at the same game. Then I'll check my PayPal. Then I'll check my bank statements, and then I'll Google It's Raining Men.
Doesn't that kind of, that the It's Raining Men thing has me thrown for a loop here? Doesn't that kind of prove that he's full of shit? Like, if we know that they were watching it that evening or that morning, the morning of the 28th, and he's reporting that it wasn't accessed since the 27th, doesn't that just kind of prove that he's a lying ass?
Well, one of them is. Maybe she didn't listen to the It's Raining Men all the time at the house.
Everybody said she did at the house. Everybody.
Well, they left the O'Keefe house around 1, and it's 2:27. That's 90 minutes. Plus minus, okay, it's 5 quarters of an hour. That tab was opened at 2, but because the battery died, it locked that when it came back up at 6 and used the title of the tab retroactively. This could all be cleared up easy by subpoenaing Google. But did her phone die? We haven't heard testimony her phone died.
Would that create a new timestamp?
As long as Safari doesn't close, then the timestamp will remain the same. So if I just minimize Safari, put it into the background, and start to do other things on my phone, the timestamp won't get updated. If I completely close Safari or turn the phone off, when Safari reloads, then that tab does get a new timestamp when it opens up again.
Thank you.
Okay. So at 227.36, we've got Hockomock Sports, Gallery Shoots, Campton Girls, Basketball, to important win at Mansfield, is the page that is visible on screen. Again, we know that there's no navigational event at this time, so the page is not being loaded as a result of a bookmark or typing the URL in. It's just showing what was on screen previously, and we know that this page was previously viewed at 22:55 on the 27th of January. This tab gets closed and gets written to the database as well, and we see it's written with the timestamp 227.36 when the tab was brought into focus. And then we go back to the YouTube video tab. So at this point, the timestamp that had been written there gets overwritten again with 227.38, and it shows the YouTube video is the active page that's on the screen. At around 227.39, That tab gets closed, and the record is written to the database showing a timestamp of 227:38 when the tab took focus, and the YouTube video URL. Then we move to 227:40, which was the time of interest, and we see that a browser switch occurs, causing the last visited timestamp to take on the time of 227:40. This is the tab that was ultimately used to search Hoss Long to Die in Cold, which is the query that started all of the confusion. At this point in time, there's no navigational events recorded anywhere. All we see is that the web page that was brought into view is ozonebasketball.com/teams. This web page was last visited at 14 minutes after midnight on the 26th of January. We know that this is on screen because it tells us that in Knowledge C, and we know that the time is 227:40 based on Knowledge C timestamps and based on the browser.
Russian, do I understand it right? She has all of these tabs open constantly. So she's never searching for it. Is that correct? Because this is last accessed a midnight on the 26th. So she's one of those weirdos who have 45 tabs open at the same time, kind of like Ryan Cannell. When you see his screen, I get instant OCD. He has like 45 tabs open at the same time. Do you know how
Jen
much
McCabe
RAM it
testified
sucks?
that she does that. Last year, Jen McCabe testified that she leaves them open all the time and that her children give her shit.
You people need Jesus.
See?
At 227:42, there is a web navigation event. Whether this is loaded from a bookmark or whether it's typed in, I can't say. But a web navigation event occurs using the same tab that's just been loaded. And now the user is loading the web page, hockermocksports.com/standings. This is logged in the history database that shows what web page is visited when. And it also shows in the Knowledge C database to show what web page is on screen at this time.
Mr. Whiffen, in the slide before 227:40, you mentioned that was the tab in question.
Yes.
Do the following pages that you show us in the PowerPoint follow that one specific tab?
140?
Yes.
Jesus, man.
So at 227:47, there's another web navigation event as the web page hockermocksports.com/schedules is loaded. Again, this is evidenced in the history database to show that a navigation event occurred and completed, and in Knowledge C to show that this is the web page that was viewable on screen. At 227:53,
Marissa has 42 tabs open at the same time.
Now loading the page.
Y'all are
giving me
schedules.
Y'all are giving me anxiety.
Again, this is evidenced in the history database and the Knowledge C database to show what page loaded and what page was visible on screen. At 227:58, there's a further navigation event for girls hockey Franklin 21-22. Again, this is logged as a navigational event in the history database and shown on screen according to the Knowledge C database.
So I understand these are all subsequent searches on the same open tab.
Correct.
Are these
Sustain is to fall.
are these all subsequent searches on the same single open tab?
There is no tab switch event listed. We see the tab switch event occur at 227:40, and then we see lots of navigational events occur.
Thank you.
At 228:06, Safari is minimized, so it's removed from focus so that something else could be viewed or
that's this
the phone's
tab.
locked.
Is remove from focus different than closing?
Correct. If you remove it from focus, it's essentially going into the background, but it's still open. It's in its current state, just in the background, versus if you close it completely and have to reload it later on. So in this particular state, the timestamp doesn't get changed. The timestamp remains 227:40 as it was earlier. Safari is then not used again until 6:23:37 when it's open from the background using the icon in the app library. At this point, when it loads up, the same page that was open when Safari was minimized is shown. So we still see hockermocksports.com/schedules/girls-hockey/Franklin/2021-2022. There's no navigational event at this point, so we know that it wasn't completely reloaded. It's just showing what was on screen previously, and it's evidenced in the Knowledge C database. At 6:23:49, there's a cache file created. The cache file is related to how long to digest food. Now, these particular cache files show up as suggestions in Safari. So as you're typing in a query or a word or a URL, for example, Safari tries to take that information and make suggestions based on what it thinks.
Stingy has 54 tabs. You're muted. Stingy has 54 tabs on his phone right now. Craziness, you guys. Close your tabs. Good.
Close your
grief.
tabs. You're wasting precious RAM to keep all of those running in the background. And bookmark the effing things you're looking for. I have 2 recipes. Yeah, bookmark them. Close that tab. Mobiles on a Budget this Sunday with Jamie, where she will teach you how to close your effing tabs.
And check your bank account at all hours of the day.
And how to go in and read your DMs. I hate when I see Even Ethan, when Skyver, when he shows DMs on his screen, 55 unread messages. Nope. My OCD burns.
Things you might be searching for. So if, for example, you were to type in how long to die with the word spelled just DI, Safari can mistake that for how long to digest food, and it could present this information. And up until about 12 months ago, this is the information that was provided by Safari. If you were to do this search, if you were to type in how long to DI, you would get the result that's shown at the top of the screen with an image of somebody eating a plate of food. And this is the image that was cached onto Jen McCabe's phone at 6:23:49.
What does cache mean?
Essentially, downloaded now for use later. It will download it, it will save it in case it's required again. If it is, it doesn't need to download it, it's already there. If it's not required again, eventually it will be deleted.
It doesn't. It puts strains on the RAMs on your phone.
Marissa, do you hear him?
Is it stored information
Serious.
from prior events that's available in case?
This is the worst I've heard in
device thinks you're looking
years.
Yes, so at this point in time, it's 6:23:49.
I want to go to Marissa's house right
it's
now and
downloaded
just
this
close
image,
all
and it
these
stores
tabs.
it. If an hour later, for example, I did the same search a second time,
I was in city council with a guy. When I saw his iPad at a meeting, he had 1,029 unread messages.
That drives me crazy.
I have
Because
hundreds of unread messages. Hundreds.
Excuse me. Oh my God. My dad does that too because I'll have to switch his phones for stuff and he'll be like,
Most
500
of it's
unread
like spam,
things.
so
I'm
I
like,
just don't care. Like whatever.
well, I have like
Then
55
remove it.
voicemails. I'm like, then delete them. They're from months
Too
ago.
much effort. I'd have to delete messages like 10 times a
the
day.
creation time of this
F
image
that.
shows that this is the first time that this cache file was
I do
downloaded.
it every time a message pops up. I have a message.
A few seconds later, at
Go in
6:23:51,
and
the blue
I
button
don't
at the
read
bottom
it.
of
I
the
just
keyboard is
click
used
it
to
so
submit a
it
search
doesn't show up as
for the term,
unread.
how long did I in KIKD? CIKD. This creates a specific URL in Safari, which is shown on screen here. So google.com/search how long did I in KIKD, i.e. UTF-8, OE UTF-8. Client Safari is the important part of this string that tells us that it's a query that's made using Safari. This is different to if I visited Google, for example, and just typed in the search text box in Google. It wouldn't necessarily have this same structure of the URL. So we know that this is the query created by submitting a search using the search bar here and pressing
Holy
the blue bar at the
crap,
bottom.
Vince.
We know that search was conducted at 6:23:51, according to the information in mobile Safari.plist. And Knowledge C also shows that this page was visible. Importantly, there is no history record made that shows that the navigation actually.
Yeah, but he hadn't been out
to the page,
drinking.
to this website. Several reasons why that.
I do it all things.
The device was in private browsing mode.
It's like a habit.
However, it can't have been in private browsing mode because if it was, we wouldn't have the search recorded in the mobile Safari plist either.
You don't have to read them. Just mark them as read so it doesn't show that you have emails. I can't with you people.
It's getting so mad.
I hate it. My OCD instantly.
He's more mad about Bumbleina's 180,000 unread emails than he is the fact that Karen Reed's on trial for murder right now.
I don't give a flying. I want to find where Bumbleina lives and just spend the next 5 days deleting messages in her inbox.
He's gonna get a one-way trip just to help you out.
If a streamer shows their YouTube page and has notifs in the corner, that drives me crazy. Unread messages is weird. My tabs are open for a reason. Everyone I don't need will get closed. Yeah, I don't get those where, 25. Well, the only notifications I get is, hey, here's your weekly recap because I took notifications off. BS, Marissa. What's your battery health?
All right, I got to check now. Now that we're talking about it, I got to check my emails.
So we know it wasn't in private browsing. It could have been deleted at some point after the fact. That would leave a gap in the numbering. Every time a record is written,
I've only
it would be consistent numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
663.
And to delete a number would leave a gap there, so you would see 1, 2, 4, 5, and that number will pretty much never be reused. So if you don't see a gap, then you can be confident that nothing was deleted, and there are no gaps on this device. The third reason, and the one that I believe is the reason why it wasn't recorded in the database, is that the page never completely loaded. If I go to a web page and cancel the navigation prior to it completing the load, it will never get written to the history database. 620.
Miss K. Griff, that's a hate crime.
Doesn't that sound sus, though? It never completely loaded. She canceled it before it finished loading. So she took the time to type this, not once, but 2 different times, right? Because she's got 2 different typos in this thing.
Yeah.
It turned up the same exact search engine.
But
Yet
Miss
it didn't
Kigriff
load
just
all the
sent
way?
me her all inboxes is 52,534.
Jesus.
I'm not coming to Dollywood. That Thursday I'm riding around America and just deleting inboxes. You people are
Clear
not
all
grown enough.
everybody's inboxes.
2418, the
amazing.
second search submitted using the same method, so still using the Safari search bar. This time searching for hostile long-standing cold. This is evidence in the mobile Safari P list. Again, there is no record made in the history database that to me suggests that the page never successfully loaded. At 6:24:24, Safari is minimized again.
I'll just start over. I'll make a new email. Screw it.
Again, loaded from the app library and brought into focus. And at that point, the previous page is shown to the user. That previous page is related to the search hostile long-standing cold. This is evidence in knowledge C to show that this is the page that's visible on screen, but there is still no history event that shows that the page completely loaded. And at around that time, so around 10:33:34, that tab would have been closed, resulting in the record being written to the browser state database with the timestamp 2:27:40, when that tab was originally brought into focus several hours earlier, but it shows the most recent URL information, which is the Google search for hostile long-standing cold. It doesn't have any of the other URL information that was visited during that time period. It doesn't have the previous Google search for how long to die in a kitty, because all it records is the most recent URL that's visited alongside the original time that the tab took focus. Importantly here, there is no...
Baker, I don't know how Marissa has links available so fast. Also, Baker, Marissa, how dare you keep so many open tabs?
Exactly, LDR.
LDR, the links are stored in the mod link section on my Discord.
Oh
So
my God,
just get them there.
it. Whatever.
That's one of her open tabs, Baker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Baker is going to play with my wife's friends who come over and demands to know your Facebook friend count and forces you to erase people.
Yeah,
I never open Facebook, only a messenger for my kids.
Title information. The title information is included within the page itself. So if you do a Google search, the title of the page that showed up would show Google search, and then it would show the query that you typed in to search for. The fact that this doesn't have a title also suggests that the page never loaded. So again, it kind of ties back to the fact that it's not in the history database. We have no title. It's both indicative that the page never successfully loaded.
Mr. Whiffen, when a tab is ultimately closed, does the URL always have the last search, or could it show an earlier search?
It will always be whatever URL is visible in the tab at the time.
Thank you.
To overview again,
why is he saying thank you? And then he just goes on.
The data sources used here. com.apple mobile Safari.p list is known to be a reliable location to get search timestamps from.
15 minutes behind.
It's good to show
it's at 1.5
the time that search is conducted and what search is conducted. It doesn't record if the device is in private browsing mode. The only time it shows how long to die in the kitty is at 6:23:51, and the only time it shows how long to die in the cold is at 6:24:18. There's no other mentions of either of these searches anywhere else in this file. The history database, again, is known to be a good source of data for visited web pages and timestamps for the pages that completely loaded. Again, in this case, neither of these searches or neither of these URLs was in the history database, but there are no missing records, which indicates that nothing was deleted. And again, the only reason that I can come up with for why that is the case is that the page didn't load. There must be an entry within this database to allow the user to delete it. Obviously, if the page doesn't load, it doesn't get written to the history. As a user, you can't see the item in your internet history list, so you can't delete it. And then knowledge C, which shows the page that's on the screen when the browser is in use. Again, we know that this is a good timestamp. And we see the only times that web pages related to these web searches were open is at 6:23 and at 10:33.
30 minutes ago, Carney. The jury looks bored with this. Whiffen is incredibly dull and not engaging at all.
There were multiple deleted records in the browser state database. It wasn't just the record for hostile long-standing cold.
When you say there's multiple deleted records, can you go into a database and see what URL searches have been deleted from the actual item?
Yeah, so from a forensic examiner point of view, and using forensic software, I can look at the database and see the records that have been held.
And the U.S. Supreme Court has denied hearing Karen's appeal.
Deleted and recovered. There does become a time when you're unable to recover any more records and they're now just purely deleted and unable to get back. But at this point, I was able to recover a good number of records. And these were the 5 that I thought it was important to focus on for here. You can see that 3 of them occur at 2:27. So 2:27:36, 2:27:38, 2:27:40. And these are the web pages that we've just seen in the presentation. So Hockenmock Sports, the YouTube video, Hostel to Die in the Cold, and then 2 additional pages, CantonNA.org and Ozone Basketball. The way that we're able to recover these records forensically is because of how databases work. What I've tried to display here is that when you first create a record, in this case, creating record 4025, a new page is created in the database. A page is simply a block of binary data that's organized in a way that can be understood by the database as a page of data, much like it would be a ledger with a list of records. So it creates frame 181 with page 2752 and the record 4025. What is a little bit different from if you were doing this manually is when you...
Let's listen to this, and afterwards you all tell me what he just said, because this is super important.
You want to add a new record.
Okay. Also, Baker, are we to turn our cell phones over to you when we get to Dollywood to check that we are functional humans, or is there going to be like a checkpoint that we have to follow?
Sadly, I won't be at Dollywood because I will be in Wales deleting
He's
emails.
got to delete emails and
So,
notifications on people's phones.
for those of us who are just trying to plan our criming, are we supposed to keep all tabs open and then look at our crime in the middle? Because what I'm doing here is that it records everything except when it doesn't record it, but that's okay because it recorded it sort of somewhere else.
Well, just like Steven said, so what this guy's saying, open the tabs now about criminal activity and leave them, then you can just use them later and no one will be the wiser.
Also, who gets jiggy to It's Raining Men?
He got so mad, Mo. Did you hear him?
I did. My son in the back was like, what is an unread message? Does he not know how to read? He's like, we should help him learn to read.
Yeah, that's possible too.
Mo
And
is
I was
looking hot to
laughing
trot
'cause-
today and could beat a small Minnesotan town lawyer in arm wrestling presently. Now, how many open tabs and unread emails do you have?
Open tabs, Mr. Mo yells at me, so I have gotten into the habit of closing them every time I get ready to go to sleep or stuff like that. Because he's just like Baker. He's like, how many unread what? Well, I can tell you why your battery's dead, because you have 147, different things of It's Raining Men. And I was like, worth it.
Worth it.
Do you check your bank account at random hours of the night?
Do you check your bank account when you've been out drinking all night?
Maybe.
To be fair,
I do. I
Tipsy
want to make sure I
Mo
didn't mess
goes
up.
crazy
Exactly.
on Hulu. Yeah,
Well,
Tipsy
then you
Mo,
haven't partied hard enough, because I will be too drunk to check my bank account. I would probably be sending money to a Nigerian hustler more than I would be checking if I spent too much at the bar.
I got to make sure I can still
has to
pay
create
rent
an entirely
that
new
month.
page, or an entirely new
Yeah,
page.
exactly.
So in this case, we see that frame 194 is also page 2752. It duplicates the record 4025 and adds the record 4026. From the database's point of view at this time, frame 181 is now dead. It won't be used for anything. And a regular database tool would only refer to the most recent version of that page, so frame 194. Forensically, I can look back at all of these different versions of the page and I can start to see differences. Not so important in this case when all that's happening is that you're adding information, but when you start to delete or edit records, being able to go backwards and see these previous pages, you can see the records that have been changed or deleted. So as we're moving along all of these pages, each of these refer to a time when a new record was added. Every time a new record is added, a new frame is created, it duplicates the page from before, and it adds...
My phone is almost 2 years old, and it'll still hold battery for a couple of days, even though I'm on Twitter quite a lot.
Yeah,
Maybe because I don't have 45,000 tabs open.
I've highlighted record 40.
I knew he was going to yell it.
Across these two frames, because this is the Hostel to Die in Cold record that is of interest. Moving forward again, we continue to see...
Ollie Mac, you and I are the same. These Yanks are, oh, no, I only drink a reasonable amount of drinks so I can go home and do my accounting later.
the
I
record
wanna-
was
I
not-
think,
You've met me in person. You
Click
know
here,
that is a
frame
damn
430.
lie. I drink
Record
to excess
4029
daily,
deleted.
y'all.
4029, if I go back a few slides,
That's the
we
hill
can see
Valhalla is
4029 is the
dying on.
Canton
He's like, I had meritorious
webpage.
comment or
As far as I know, no relevance
conductment
to
for
anything related to this
drunkenness.
case. It just so happens this is the first record.
I love that my notes are he continues to be British
So
and he has a PowerPoint.
Well, because he has a
someone-
PowerPoint, he's
can you
so
see
smart.
line 4 here?
No.
29, 29, 29, 26, 29.
Do what now?
29,
That's a
29,
weird
29,
order.
26, 29. That's the dates.
Make it big.
I can't make
Why
it
would
big.
it, why would it do that?
Why does 426 is 227.36 Hokomo Sports on the 29th? 427 is YouTube The Weather Girls 227.38. 428 is 227.40 Google search how long to die in the cold URL no title. 429 is 26th of January 01516 Katoma Family Toolbox Canton High School families. 430 is 29 January Teams Ozone baseball basketball. Is this what happens because an old tab slips in or something? But it has a 3-day older as the second to last search.
Can we get the hippie lady back? Because I think she was expert 2 or 3 in the lineup. But you know, the lady with the head wrap on, could we get her back? Because I didn't understand her either, but
Yeah, at
I'm
least
just trying to figure out
we could
how
wonder if she had alopecia or cancer and why she was wearing the headband.
Record deleted from the browser state database. We don't have information that tells us at what time the record's deleted, but we're able to infer what time that record was
Wait,
deleted.
you
based
have
on other
information for
records
everything,
in
but
this
not
frame.
when things
So,
are
for example,
deleted.
we know that at the time that record 4029 was deleted, record 4031 already existed. Record 4031 has a timestamp of 6:29 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we can summarize that record 4029 had to be deleted at some point after 6:29 on the 31st of January. We see again record 4030 is deleted on frame 468. Again, we can look at what record was the most recently created on that frame at the point that that record was deleted. And that gives us information that suggests record 4030 had to have been deleted.
But again, what am I not understanding here? Look at this line. Why is a 3-day-old search the second to last in the database when there's newer?
I don't know.
Russian
Did
bot-
she see the tabby? Did she big main screen the tablet, the tab that was opened and just on zombie mode?
I don't know, because I don't understand when it puts a time on anything.
Is it because they're in different apps?
No, this is deleted records from browser state database. So she deleted all of these, and then she deleted a 3-day older search. I don't.
I'm glad this expert is here making things clearer with his PowerPoint of death.
We have been listening to this guy for almost an hour and a half, and the only thing I have caught so far is there's a tab that's got deleted after the other got deleted, and before another one got deleted. That's 3 days older.
Also,
He's
she went
saying
through
the word clearly, and I don't think he understands that his clarifications aren't doing what they're promised. I say facts, not an evidence.
Listen,
She also went to
Leslie
3
will clear it
different-
all up.
She also went to 3 different websites or what? Yeah, websites in 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
But
well,
no,
and
that's because
why
she had the tabs open and just touched them. Or what? Because no, because why would you have Why would you have Google in your tabs and not on your as an app? Because it shifts towards Google, or it'll try to automatically go to your tab or to your app if you try to open Google or open YouTube. Sorry.
Or I guess they were deleted in 4 seconds, right? So she just kind of
yeah. Not to mention, you can
this is the
always
time
just
they
look
are
up,
accessed. I think
It's Raining Men.
I don't.
How long before we get to Alessi? That's all I
Well,
care.
Totally
Not
Russian
today.
bot will.
He'll clear it up.
Totally Russian bot will give us an. It all makes sense if you think about it.
1st of January. We can continue to go along and continue to see that records being added, edited, and deleted, but the record of interest 4028 still exists, even on frame 650.
Check
And
out
in
what
fact,
the
it doesn't
dog
get deleted
said.
until frame 732. By the time the record related to Hoss Long Dying in the Cold is deleted, record 4037 already exists. Record 4037 was created after 2207 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we know that the Hoss Long Dying in the Cold record was deleted at some point after 10 p.m. on the 31st
Don't
of
listen
January.
to them. It's a trick
Taking all of
to
those
sell
deleted
more
records, those
iPhones.
into record, and the earliest time that they could have possibly been deleted, we see a spread throughout the 31st of January. Like a few quite early on at 6:29, 8:35, a couple at 9:20, 9:40, and then finally the one that we're interested in at 22:07. For the user to cause these to be deleted, if you wanted to do it selectively and delete one at a time, the record has to be available in the history database. As I said earlier, it wasn't ever in the history database because
No, I don't know.
there'd be a gap. So this record could not have been deleted by the user selectively. That leaves options of deleting everything from the history, but if everything was deleted, we would have none of this information, and we do. And it also leaves the option of deleting everything from what's considered today and everything that's considered today and yesterday. And again, if either of those options were the case, we'd have much less information than what we have, and we wouldn't see this staggering of timestamps that we see here where the information was deleted. Ultimately, I wasn't able to say what caused these deletions at these particular times, but I'm confident.
Ghosts.
Of course.
The FBI tool that Higgins used.
Can we just try listening to this part?
Was deleted. Ultimately, I wasn't able to say what caused these deletions at these particular times, but I'm.
Isn't he
Isn't
the
he
big?
supposed to be an expert?
So it's spontaneous deletion, like Hank's pencil says. Premature deletion. It happens to most men our age, even if she's a woman.
Oh my gosh.
Confident that it wasn't as a result of user interaction, but something that was brought on purpose.
Mr. Wetton, I have a couple of questions about your analysis and your opinions.
Yes.
You said the tab that was opened at 2:27:40, and it had something to do with Hawkmock Sports?
Yes.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was that the same tab, that 2:27:40 tab open for Hawkmock Sports, was that the same tab that later was used for searches or attempted searches at 6:23:51 and at 6:24 relative to how long or how's long to die in cold?
I believe it was, yes.
Does your opinion, is it based on your analysis of reports generated by software like Celebrate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to full.
Was your opinion limited to analysis of reports generated by companies like Celebrate or Axiom?
It wasn't, no. I went into the data, looked at the various different databases, different files that were in use, tested it across many different devices to make sure that my understanding and analysis of it was correct.
In addition to your opinion that the two searches at 6:23 and 6:24 occurred at that time, as opposed to 2:27:40, did you also, when analyzing the data, come to an opinion whether or not either of those searches actually connected and produced results?
If either of those searches had connected, the information would have been written into the history database. The fact that it wasn't in the history database strongly suggests it never completely loaded. And the fact that there is no title information on the browser state tab as well also suggests it never loaded.
And finally, those attempted searches at 6:23, 6:24, you mentioned that information at some point was deleted from the phone?
The only records that were deleted were the browser state database records. Yeah, they were deleted from the device.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not that information was removed as a natural application of the phone, or was it because somebody took the phone and actually deleted it by hand?
So again, I don't believe it's possible, given the situation and the information that's available, that it would have been possible for the user to delete it. I believe it was more than likely a system event that caused that, but I've not been able to replicate that system event.
I want to take you back to your first opinion, where you opined that the how's long to die in the search occurred at 6:23 and 6:24, not at 2:27:40.
Yes.
And so, in looking at the data coming to that opinion, What caused the confusion with the software where it could be?
Can we, at some point, I can do this. I need to go check the dash cam because I'm pretty sure at exactly 6:23 and 6:27, Jen is standing outside in front of the police car talking to an officer while she's doing these searches in the back seat because Karen Reed was thinking she had her period and then wanted to know about hypothermia. Am I getting this absolutely wrong? Sleuthy, am I wrong in this? She's outside on the dash cam.
We misunderstood the time those searches were.
Yes, Pernilla, you have to go back and you have to play it at 0.5 speed because it's really interesting.
Actually made.
I'm going to allow it.
The way that forensic software typically works, certainly the way that Physical Analyzer works, is we design models for the data. So we know that an SMS application, for example.
Yeah, I think the closest we get is she might have or she might not have, if we go by totally not a Russian bot. And he works with this stuff.
Oh.
That's the closest I can get is potentially. But he needs to access the database to make sure.
Example, will always have a message body. It will always have a sender, a receiver, a time.
Well, we have no information they are off, so we have to assume they are on time.
That kind of thing. We always know that a web visit will have a URL, a title, and a visited timestamp. In this particular case, in the database, the timestamp is called last visited timestamp, which is indicative, you would think, of the time that the web page was visited. So when that information was being modeled within the software, the timestamp that was within the database was used, and it was called last visited timestamp. Since the investigation that I did into this case, I requested that the forensic research team at Cellbrite revisit this data and confirm if there's confusion around it. Were my findings correct ultimately? There are times that information can be correct. If, for example, you create a brand new tab, visit a website, and then close the tab immediately, then that timestamp would be indicative of the time that the URL was visited. But if you were to create a tab, use it for 3 hours, and then close it, the timestamp would not be indicative. Also, if you were to bring an old tab into focus that you'd used several days earlier and then close that tab, again, you're going to get bad timestamp information. So ultimately, from Cellbrite's point of view, we remove the timestamp from that data to avoid confusion in the future.
You shared with us that the URL for the 623 and 624 attempted searches ultimately was removed from the device.
Yes.
Would it be fair or accurate to say there were over 4,000 deleted files from the phone, or there was 4,000 deletions from the phone?
There were many.
Sustained.
Okay.
As to form.
Would it be accurate to say that the only deletion from that phone was that 623, 624 search?
No, there were thousands of records deleted, ultimately, for various reasons that I can follow.
That would be an inaccurate assertion?
Yeah, but it's the only user
deleted.
deleted. Yes. But you claim it's not user deleted.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to turn to a second phone that you looked at.
Okay.
You told us that you looked at two phones. The second one was a phone that was, or is attributed to John O'Keefe?
Correct.
When you looked at the phone for John O'Keefe, were you looking at things different than we looked at on the phone attributed to Jen McCabe?
I wasn't as interested in internet data. I was more interested in location and health and anything else that could be useful.
Before we show any presentation, I want to get a little understanding of what you looked for and what you found. Were you looking for what's called location data?
I was, yes.
Was there a period of time that was important that you were looking for relative to location data?
Thank you, Sleuthy.
Typically after midnight and before 6 a.m.
Is that on January 29, 2022?
It is, yes, sorry.
How does a phone, like an iPhone, store location data?
Multiple ways that it can be stored. Primarily, there's a database called cache.sqlite. And every time an application requests location data from the device, a feature called location services on iOS tries to calculate the device's location using a combination of technologies, GPS, Wi-Fi, cell tower, and Bluetooth. Calculates the device's location and stores that into the database as a latitude, longitude, altitude, timestamp, accuracy radius, information like that.
Are there different types of location data that are captured and stored on a device like an iPhone?
Can you define different types, please?
I'm sorry?
If you could define what you mean by different types.
The different sources of data that are generated that then captured on an iPhone.
Yeah, so the application can specify how accurate it wants the data to be. So, for example, if you're using a navigational application, you'd want high accuracy data. So the application would request high accuracy.
Jamie, I solved the case. I effing solved the case.
What? How?
Do you know who sneaks out at night? Dogs.
Holy shit, Chloe did it.
Chloe deleted the text messages. This.
As Chloe's third-party intervener, I can tell you with the ears, yes, she did. Chloe was out there. She was like, who let the dogs out? She didn't like Raining Men. And then, she was looking up some more like Shaggy didn't do it, wasn't me. Now, all of this is, for the Fifth Amendment, where she's pleading the Fifth, but
Yeah.
I love that our headbands match and we didn't even coordinate.
No.
Use the data from location services. Location services would then try to use GPS primarily to get location information. Versus if you were using a weather app, for example, where you don't really need to know precise information, you just need to know the approximate town maybe that the user's at. So a weather application would ask for low accuracy information, and the device.
So I can search kid goat recipes on how to smother a big tap-deleting hunky Danishman in sausage gravy with impunity now. Search is unsearchable. According to the best expert who has ever experted for Cellbrite, no search is ever done at the time the search is done. Only if you instantly delete the tab will it show at the correct time. So just keep how to unalive a person open forever on your phone and it will never show up in your database.
I can't prove it.
Device may be able to calculate the location based on cell tower information, for example. Both can be stored in the database with the accuracy information that's available.
Would a application that is devoted to navigation in your programming experience typically have stronger location data information than a more general application like a weather app?
Yes, for sure. And Apple specify in their documentation, when they specify the various different accuracy levels, they have one for navigational purposes for map applications.
How do you define accuracy level from the different data that's being stored in the phone?
Is
there high level, middle, low?
The information is typically provided with a range of meters. So you'll have a latitude, longitude coordinate and a number of meters that you have to draw around that locational point. And the device is somewhere within that circle. It could be as accurate as 2 or 5 meters. It could be as inaccurate as several miles.
Maybe I missed it. Did we get explained to us why the sales rep is here and not the digital forensic team that he talked to them to make sure things were right?
Because he has some friends who he found the same evidence as they did, so they peer reviewed his papers when he did his blog. he's kind of like
Oh, well, that clears it up from last time. I'm glad I was wondering if I missed that.
Oh yeah, we're at GPS stuff right now on John's phone.
Yes, the information is typically provided with a range of meters. So you'll have a latitude, longitude coordinate and a number of meters that you have to draw around that locational point. And the device is somewhere within that circle. It could be as accurate as 2 or 5 meters. It could be as inaccurate as several miles, depending on the technology that was used to get the data.
Are you familiar with an application called Waze?
I am, yes.
Tell us what Waze is.
Waze is a navigational tool.
Why is he testifying
so
about
you can plot
Waze
a route and it will try to direct you the best way, avoiding toll roads, avoiding accidents, that kind of thing.
What is the
Elise,
level
you
of
should just say,
Waze
are you
is
an expert?
location information?
Listen, to try and say that Waze is the gold standard of Waze is an app. But
he said he knew and it will try and get you the best way. I think this is actually if you listen to what he said right before, he said GPS can be kind of accurate or it can be very inaccurate. So this is kind of
especially if you're using an app, like an app to do it, like an outside app. Which what is what?
Well, let's hear what he says before we start yelling.
That is generated by using Waze.
That would be the highest level of accuracy. So it would aim to get GPS quality information of around 5 meter accurate.
So why doesn't a programmer in every application just use the highest level location data for every application?
Getting GPS data is not always possible. If you're in a building, in a basement, for example, you may not get that. But also, it can be expensive.
Say that again.
To the device.
Say that again. If you're in a building,
you're in a
basement, it
basement,
might not be accurate. Shocking.
You pulled that right out of a hat, didn't you?
Highest level location data for every application.
Getting GPS data is not always possible. If you're in a building, in a basement, for example, you may not get that. But also, it can be expensive to the device in terms of processing power, in terms of battery requirements. So if it can find location information cheaper by using Wi-Fi networks, for example, then it would prefer to do that. So just a lot less resource intensive than using GPS all the time.
In order to capture the highest level of location data, the most accurate in an application such as Waze, if somebody's using Waze and then turns it off, does it still continue to capture that highest level of accuracy?
Typically not. It may do for a short time, as it's still kind of working through a backlog. But fundamentally, if there's no application open that's trying to use location services, then the location information that's being requested and recorded is far more sporadic. It's typically background applications that may be requiring location data.
When you analyzed John O'Keefe's phone, in addition to the location data, did you also look into data known as health care data?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury how that works?
Yeah, so pretty much all iPhones for the last 10 years or so have Apple Health included. It monitors activity on the device, such as steps taken using various sensors inside the device, looking for motion, which appears to be walking. It monitors altitude, so it knows whether you've gone up a flight of stairs, for example. It uses that information in concert with the steps taken, so it knows the difference between going in an elevator versus walking a flight of stairs. And all that kind of information is available to you as a user to essentially see how far you walked each day.
What did he say about the elevator?
It said that it could tell if you use the elevator versus the stairs.
Altitude, so it knows whether you've gone up a flight of stairs, for example. It uses that information in concert with the steps taken, so it knows the difference between going in an elevator versus walking a flight of stairs.
It knows the difference but going in an elevator. So it would know the difference of riding over a bumpy road.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
I was going to ask that because didn't they say the last time that the stairs, the elevation going up was him driving up a road or up a hill?
Yeah.
So did he was in the first trial?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was just as
Well,
boring in the first trial.
This guy's like shredding Hank's theory of everything.
Yeah.
And all that kind of information is available to you as a user to essentially see how far you walked each day and to monitor your own health.
When you look at healthcare data, you said it interprets it in different terms. One you used was steps. If I have an iPhone and I'm walking and it registers steps, can it tell what direction I went?
No, it's purely just looking for motion of the gyroscopes, which appears to match the pattern that it expects of somebody who's walking. It doesn't know whether you're in a straight line, walking in zigzag circles, just number of steps.
What if I had my iPhone and I was moving the iPhone, but my feet weren't moving? Would it register?
It could register some, but typically it's relatively good at picking the difference between actually walking or throwing the phone around or shaking.
Exactly. I've been yelling
The
about this
healthcare
forever.
data, does it store with date and time?
So there's two locations that health data is stored. Primarily a database called healthdb_secure, and that aggregates the information into periods of time. So you may have a 10-minute period where it says 100 steps were taken. Like it could be that the 100 steps were taken in the first 2 minutes, and then virtually nothing was done for 8 minutes there. But there's another database called Cache Encrypted C, which is more granular. It's where the information is written originally prior to it being aggregated and moved into the bigger health database.
You also mentioned that the healthcare data has a term known as steps.
Yeah.
If the movement registers as steps, would that necessarily mean that a person was walking up or down steps?
Sorry, we're talking about steps taken or flights climbed?
I'm sorry, flights climbed.
A flight climbed, according to Apple, is essentially an incline of 3 meters over 16 steps taken. So it wouldn't really matter whether it was walking up a flight of stairs, walking up a steep inclined hill, on an escalator, something like that. If there is movement that appears to be walking and an incline of 3 meters, then that would be considered a flight climb event.
Is there any other?
So 16 steps to do 3 meters elevation. I know you Yanks don't understand meters.
It's about 10 feet high, 10 feet in elevation. But you wouldn't be taking any steps if you were on an escalator.
So you have to do thrice this distance in 16 steps. That's more than I have from my floor to my roof. My floor to my roof is 2 meters and 70. So I would have to take 16 steps to reach from my floor to my roof. That's a pretty steep incline you would have to go up. And they claim that's a rolling hill.
Yeah,
that hill would be almost impossible to drive in when it gets snowy the next day. You couldn't get up that hill.
Yeah, but then how does it also, it can tell whether you used an elevator or the stairs?
Because
I
you
mean,
don't
how
do the
does it-
16 steps. He said 3 meters in 16 steps.
Okay.
You have to have the motion plus the elevation.
Wouldn't
So-
that would mean that an escalator wouldn't register though, right? Because you're
That's-
not moving on an escalator.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't register.
He said it did.
No.
Yeah, he said it.
He said it
He
would.
just,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's when
the hill.
That's because he's
or-
probably one of those weirdos who walk up an escalator.
Who does that?
Weirdos. People who keep their tabs open on their phone.
The ways
Can
that the phone
confirm.
could register flights climbed, but the person's not actually walking up or downstairs.
So I did test this a few months ago, driving in my vehicle. I was able to, if I just put a phone on my dock as I'm driving around, nothing was recorded. But I found that if I was actually holding the phone while driving at the same time, then the natural suspension of the vehicle plus the movement of my arm would be considered enough to be steps. And if that motion happened while I was driving up a hill, it would also result in a flight climb event. And the testing that I did consistently resulted in, I think it was 9 flights of stairs climbed while I was driving up the same hill multiple times.
What hill though? Were you driving up that hill?
How many
Would have
times?
to be present if you were in a car with a phone, and it would
So
register
we
healthcare data
have
as steps. Is there a certain level?
dude
of
throwing
elevation?
phone in his
No.
office.
Again, it's just a 3-meter incline is required.
Did you say 3 meter?
3 meter.
Yeah, but where were you
The-
testing
the
this? You
healthcare
can't
data-
test it
In
randomly
addition to
somewhere
being able
else.
to give a range of time of movement.
Yeah, if you
and
did in the
defining
UK,
generally terms,
on the
whether
side of the
it's
street.
steps or stairs. Is there any other information
He lives
about
in the
healthcare
US.
data
He
that
works
is
for
important in your
Cellpoint.
analysis of this case?
So can you just repeat that, please? I'm
Sure.
trying to think.
The healthcare data you shared tells us there's movement.
Yes.
And it may come in the term steps. You also shared that the healthcare data can show elevation. That can come in the term flights.
Yes.
Is there any other information about the healthcare data you looked at? Did you look at it across a wide range in this case?
No, it was just the steps and the flight climb that I was interested in.
What is the time period you looked at the healthcare data for in this case?
Between midnight and 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m.
At midnight on January
On
29,
29.
2022 till about 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And before we get to any presentations, did you see movement on that phone relative to healthcare data at different points through the night?
I did, yes.
Did you identify those different times in your report?
I did.
You created a PowerPoint for Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Are those time points and movements, are they indicated in the PowerPoint as well?
They are, yes.
So you had, with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you looked at location data, you looked at healthcare data. Is there any other data you found important in your analysis to try to track the movements or non-movements of the phone of Don O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I've also looked at battery temperature information and at a feature called Doppler, which is monitoring for Face ID.
Tell us a little bit about the battery temperature. Is it the battery temperature of the phone or part of the phone?
There's a battery temperature sensor built inside the phone within the battery, and it's essentially always checking for battery overheats or battery cool downs to the point where performance will be affected and the device needs to power off to save itself being damaged. So that temperature information isn't recording ambient temperature. It's not interested in the temperature in the room, for example. It's purely interested in the battery temperature. But it is affected by ambient temperature. And I, again, did lots of testing by putting the phone into controlled temperature environments, so inside a freezer for a set amount of time, to monitor how the battery temperature would decrease over time, given the environment it was in. Bringing it back into a warm environment and testing how long it takes to increase. Putting the device outside. I live in Calgary, where it's pretty cold in winter. So putting it outside, it was like 40 Fahrenheit, I think.
So he lives in Canada.
And the temperature of the environment had a big impact on the battery temperature that was recorded by the device.
Were you able to track the changes in battery temperature for Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone over the course of the evening from after 12 on January 29, 2022 through after 7, 8 in the morning?
Yes, there wasn't a massive number of records, but there were records that I've included in my report.
In addition to those three areas, when a person uses an iPhone and presses the buttons, or they hold it and they try to open it by recognizing their face, what is that process called?
The Face ID would be the process for the unlocking, and then the locking, pressing the button on the side would lock the device.
When an iPhone is being used, does it act or operate differently when it's out in the open or if it's in your pocket or under something?
Yes, so this is the Doppler function I found within a feature called Unified Logs. Essentially, whenever the device receives a phone call or when you pick up the device, an iPhone X or above is trying to find a face to use to unlock the device. If the camera is blocked, a record is made to say that it's within a pocket state. So if my phone's in my pocket, when somebody calls me, it tries to look for a face, it immediately recognizes that the camera's blocked, and it records pocket state. As soon as I take the phone out of my pocket or unblock the camera, it records a pocket state cleared event. So we know when the camera was covered up versus when it was uncovered, if at the time it was receiving a phone call or was being picked up.
Does an iPhone always record whether or not the camera was blocked or hidden or covered at the time a call comes in?
No.
Couldn't that
For
just be
example,
face down on a
if the device is
counter?
already unlocked, then it won't make a recording to say that it was within a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. And if the device isn't blocked at all, so if I have the device on a desk in front of me, for example, and a call comes in, there'll be no record that says that it's in a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. It will only record a pocket state event if the camera's blocked, and it will only record a pocket state cleared event if the camera was blocked and now isn't.
So if I have my iPhone and I put it inside my jacket in the darkness and I get 30 calls, would all of those calls result in a reading of pocket state?
They'd all result in multiple readings of pocket state. The pocket state check is conducted more than once a second. I can't remember the exact number, but it's very frequent. And an average phone call from the start of the ring to when the device essentially hangs up, somewhere in the region of 500 checks. So if you had 10 phone calls, then you'll have 5,000 checks made that would all report pocket state.
Did you analyze John O'Keefe's phone on the evening, early morning hours through the next morning on January 29, 2022, in an attempt to identify where he was, what he was doing, and whether his phone was inside or outside?
That was my goal, yes.
And did you engage in that analysis, sir?
I did.
And in your efforts, did you write a report?
I did.
Did you write multiple reports on these separate issues?
I did.
And those reports are provided to everybody?
Yes.
In addition to the reports that you generated from your study, did you present or did you prepare a PowerPoint?
I did.
Does the PowerPoint outline some of those points?
It does.
At the end of the PowerPoint, you
Not
go through
another
timelines,
flippin'
email,
flapjack
pieces of evidence together to show
PowerPoint.
them in a chronological sequence.
I do.
Does that help capture the movement and non-movement of John O'Keefe's phone through that night?
I believe it does.
Or may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, get an Apple person in there and say how accurate their system is.
Yes, this is the presentation that I created.
I put it up to 1.75.
Some of the subject areas we spoke about.
It does.
I'd move to introduce this exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Nothing was lost. I like Alessi sounds like he's ready to
Thank
go.
Well,
Oh, I'm
someone
sure he
has
is.
to understand this.
'Cause all of his testing was done so
Referring to exhibit 39, I'd like you to
stupidly.
walk us through John O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th,
Okay.
2022.
Yes.
So I start the presentation with location data. As I mentioned earlier, this comes from the cache.SQLite database, which is considered the most reliable location, or the most reliable file for location data on an iOS device. Stores information whenever location information is requested. That could be through user interaction with the device using something like Waze. It could be background activity, just depending on what applications the user has open, what settings the user has chosen. It's constantly trying to find this location and recording it in this database, partly for the purposes of identifying frequent locations. At 12 minutes and 5 seconds after midnight, the device shows multiple location points at Washington Street around Ford Pond. What I tried to show here, there's a kind of a gold dot in the middle, which would show the actual latitude, longitude information, and then the circle around it is what's considered the accuracy radius. The smaller the accuracy radius, obviously the more accurate the information is believed to be according to the device. But ultimately, if the device is anywhere within that circle, then iOS would consider it correct. It considers it an accurate record.
Mr. Whiffen, why are there multiple circles of location data for one point where Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was?
So this wasn't a single point in time. This was multiple records at around 12 minutes and 5 seconds. No application was actually in use at this time requesting location information, but the device, for whatever reason, recorded multiple records with various degrees of accuracy. Typically, you would see accuracy start quite low and get better over time, which you may have seen on your own device when you open the map application, and it may show your device close to where you are, but not perfectly where you are, and then wait a few seconds, and that information gets refined. Essentially, this is the same thing.
So low accuracy would be a wider circle, and higher accuracy would be a smaller circle?
Correct.
At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is not utilizing Waze on his phone?
Correct.
But location data is still being stored randomly on the phone from multiple different sources?
It is, yeah. Depends on the device itself.
In the top left-hand corner, it says 12:05. That's the time that this snapshot.
It will actually be more accurate in the sticks because there's less interference. That's why if you go into the city, it can put you on different streets if there's too much interference. So
What
the
is
sticks
this
is
image?
actually better for GPS than a big city. I'll bet you if you compared your phone to someone who lived on Fifth Avenue, I don't know if you can live on Fifth Avenue, they would have constant problems with their GPS showing them on side streets.
What's this image?
And
In this
below.
case, approximately.
This is from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, where
Okay.
different
Okay.
apps are the different rings. So he has some that's kind of close and accurate, and then you have some that's way off. That's how I understood it. He had multiple readings around this time where the accuracy level was wildly fluctuating.
And below it's obviously the date.
Yes.
Okay, could you take us ahead, please?
There were multiple records between that last time and what's shown on screen now at 19 minutes and 33 seconds. All of the records were sporadic and low accuracy, with values of 1,000 meters or more. But around this time, around 19 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, is when Waze was actually brought on screen. Waze starts to ask for high accuracy data, so we see the accuracy immediately start to improve. So again, we see relatively low accuracy data to begin, and then over the next few seconds, it begins to refine itself until it gets down to a 5-meter accuracy records as the device continues up here. We'll highlight that there's a cluster of records here as the device came to either a slow or a stop. Momentarily, multiple records were created, and then the device continued driving up Devon Street.
Mr. Whiffen, below the time, 12/19/33, in the date, talks about the average accuracy.
Yes.
And that's in meters?
That's in meters. So again, the records that are shown at the bottom here are around 55 meters. The records shown at the top are around 5 meters.
Is it typical in Waze that once it locks in, the range is around 5 meters?
Typical, yes. That would be the goal.
You also mentioned the average speed. Where do you learn the speed from? Where does that data come from?
The database, the cache SQLite database also calculates the average speed between 2 data points and also the bearing or the direction of travel between those 2 points. So the average speed that's shown here on the left is approximately the average of all of the records that are shown on this map at the time. And each of these map points has a directional arrow that points in the direction that the database recorded the device was traveling in.
When you look at this information generated because of the usage of Waze, and you can see both the accuracy and the speed, with the Waze information that's most accurate, can you actually tell whether the vehicle is moving or whether it stops?
Yeah, based on the speed and the location and the timestamps, you can determine whether the device is moving or stopped.
Thank you.
Also important to, I think, point out here, in terms of knowing how reliable this location information is, I typically look at something along the lines of, does the location think it's accurate, in this case 5 meters, so yes. Does it make sense, like it's on the road, it's on the correct side of the road, so again, it kind of makes sense, it fits the pattern of the road. The cadence and the speed are what you would expect for this road, like traveling at 20 to 30 miles an hour up here seems quite reasonable. So all of these factors taken together increase my confidence that this would be reliable location data.
But all of this is your summary and your guesswork. You don't know how accurate it is. And let me guess that Waze have a little thing built in that cheats you, because if it knows you're going down Huskabo Road, it'll show you going down Huskabo Road. It's pretty sure that you're on the road, that you're not driving in the house next to the road.
Baker, did he qualify as a Waze expert too? Is he now an Apple expert or a phone?
No. He's a Cellbrite expert. Well,
okay,
he has
why
the
is
same
he
3-week course that Trooper Carino has.
Well, yeah, he went to Toronto for 3 weeks. Congratulations. So did the people who did the Power Rangers. Okay. I was just wondering if maybe.
No, he has no expertise in any GPS location. I hope the first question from Alessi, who's still not up, and we're 20 minutes behind. He's still not up.
Sorry.
He's only been going for an hour and 50 minutes at this time. The first question should be, how much have you been paid for your
4 days?
The first question should be, how much have you been paid to be an expert here today, just to fuck with them? And the second one should be, so when you did your test in your car, how did you replicate that? Because no one else has ever testified that happening. I did it on my way over here today, and it didn't happen.
Moving to the next slide, between 20 minutes and 19 seconds and 21 minutes and 58 seconds after midnight, the device starts on the right side at Devon Street, drives up and turns left onto Maplecroft Road. Again, we see that all of these look.
Yeah, it'll snap you to the road because it'll just put you on the map. That's why sometimes it fucks up and put you on a crossing street. If the GPS signal isn't, it's cheating you, because it'll tell you you're on the road that it knows you're going to follow at least 200 meters. That's why it says recalibrating if you turn abruptly. It doesn't show you automatically going down that road, because
also,
it has to
was
rethink.
he driving and doing one of these things?
No, he said that just by sitting and operating his phone in his hand, it counted, because whenever you sit with your phone in front of you and punches into it, it's the same as walking. I have tried to cheat this effing watch. My watch is smart enough that it knows the difference if I'm doing a Stairmaster or a treadmill, because I try to cheat it and say it's a Stairmaster, because then it thinks I used more calories, and if my watch thinks I used more calories, I lost more weight. But this stupid watch can understand that I need to do this with my arms when I'm on a treadmill, and this with my arms when I'm on a Stairmaster.
Location points match the pattern of the road layout.
He said operating it.
Consistent cadence, a consistent speed, traveling at between 10 and 20 miles an hour. And we see a cluster of records here, which is around a stop sign. So again, it indicates how reliable the data is because the location, or the location data is recorded, recognize the vehicle slow, come to a stop, and then continue after the stop sign.
Is Maplecroft Road in Canton?
Yes.
Oh, look at the location data. It actually shows them going past the side road they go down. Because the phone thinks you're going to keep going that way. So it'll preemptively put it in there as, oh, you're going this way. That's why there's a gap where it turns. There's a little arrow showing she drove into the front lawn of a house. Yeah, it's probably nothing. And
Probably
Miss Little,
nothing.
you're on cam. That
I
face
don't like
is not a
this
face.
view.
I think she's yawning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
She's our spirit animal right now, how we all feel right now.
This is a 17.3% incline, which is the steepness of hill you have to travel up to get to 3 meters in 16 steps.
It's pretty steep.
That's pretty steep.
Yeah, it's fairly steep.
At the end of Maplecroft Road, the device turned left onto Oakdale Road and continued heading down there. Between the hours of 21 minutes and 59 seconds and 22 minutes and 53 seconds, the device continues down Oakdale Road. Again, all of these location points show with 5-meter accuracy. They show consistent cadence, consistent pattern to the road. And again, we see a cluster where we see the device come to a slow or a stop for a stop sign. The device ultimately turns right onto Cedar Crest Avenue, I believe, and continue down there between 22 minutes and 54 seconds and 23 minutes and 57 seconds. Again, as I've said before, all of these points 5-meter accurate. They all come onto the road. Cadence is good. And again, we see a cluster on approach to a stop sign. The device shows that it overshot Fairview Road and continued turning up Cedar Crest, but came to a stop somewhere between 50 and 51. At 23 minutes and 58 seconds, the device appears to have turned around, so potentially a 3-point turn, in order to head back down Cedar Crest Road and turn right onto Fairview Road. Again, accuracy 5 meters, good cadence, good conformity to the road. All appears to be reliable and makes sense, traveling at an average of 20 miles an hour.
And that road coming down at the bottom of the screen where John O'Keefe's phone travels, that's Fairview Road?
This is Fairview Road here, yes. The next few slides replay that same data, but instead of showing multiple points on one graph or on one map, it's going to show one location point per slide. So at 24 minutes and 20 seconds, we see the device is already on Fairview Road, accuracy of 5 meters, traveling at 14.8 meters and heading south. 24 minutes and 21 seconds is now at 16.2 meters, but it's still highly accurate information. 24 minutes and 22 seconds, traveling at 18.3 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 23 seconds, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 24 seconds after midnight, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 25 seconds, traveling at 16.6. 24 minutes, 26 seconds, traveling at 17. 24 minutes, 27 seconds, traveling at 15.9 miles an hour. 24 minutes, 28 seconds, traveling at 14.5 miles an hour, at which point it's approximately outside of 34, around the driveway area. 24 minutes and 29 seconds, traveling at 12.1 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 30 seconds, traveling at 11.5. 24 minutes and 31 seconds, traveling at 10.4. 24 minutes and 32 seconds, traveling at 8.9. 24 minutes and 33 seconds, traveling at 7.
Did you see where the arrow is?
5.2. 24 minutes and 35 seconds, traveling at 3.5. 24 minutes and 36 seconds, traveling at 3.2 miles an hour. And
again, this is in front of lay people. And you're showing an arrow moving for what?
Through the yard, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's off the road.
It was way worse a second ago. It was off the other side of the road a minute ago.
And 5 meters accuracy is not that great when
it's 16 feet.
Yeah. So that's, I mean, if I saw the distance between those houses, I mean, that's not enough to get between a house. That's barely, that's the entire length of Karen Reed's car.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad Totally Russian Bot right now is writing this in kindergarten speak, so we can read it after.
Thank you. Yes, I need Miss Frizzle, the Magic School Bus, and Cellbrite.
37 seconds, traveling at 1.4 miles an hour. Finally, the device comes to a complete stop at 24 minutes and 38 seconds. I'll say from the testing that I've done related to the speed, it may not be 100% accurate, but it's a very good indicator of the speed in general. So if it says it was traveling at 10 miles an hour, it would have been traveling at somewhere between 9.5 and 10.5 on average.
Mr. Whitman, you just showed us the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone around 12:24. to 12:24:38 on January 29,
But didn't he
2022.
say
and you said
that
at
it
12:24:38
crawled
it came to a complete stop.
Yes.
constantly?
Before that complete stop, was the car continuously moving at some speed?
Yes, this is the first record that shows 0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second. Prior to this, there was always a record that showed some level of speed.
If you look at number 34,
Valhalla, you just rewatched the entire last trial, right?
I didn't get the whole thing in.
Okay. Can you testify? Can you help me remember Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Jr., Nagel, and I never remember the name of the guy who drove Nagel. What, if any, testimony did they give of seeing the car stationary outside the mailbox, then moving about a car length up, staying stationary, and then finally moving up to the end of the lawn near the flagpole? Did they say it crept all the way up, or did they say it was parked there, stopped? She even had her brake lights on, I think, that
Yes.
the Nagel people said.
Yes. Several people said they saw the brake lights. The Nagel, the driver, and the rear passenger all said they saw brake lights. They couldn't remember if it had a third brake light in the top center of the vehicle, but they remember the brake lights.
Yeah. So now we are changing 5-6 people's testimony to say the car just crept up constantly, while the Nagels were right behind them with the magical Jeep that disappeared but is there, and never ever saw her stop until she came to the end of the lawn, where John O'Keefe got out while they were driving past them, so they didn't see him in the car, and then she moved up 35 feet, went back, and hit him again.
Also, he keeps saying these are really accurate, but then you do notice the slow down, speed up, and the sort of inaccuracy. So it really is like, look, it's not like 100% accurate. It has these variables, but I think they're pretty accurate. That isn't
Pretty
something
close.
I want to hear from like a mathologist, because
It kind of fits.
if my dumb behind is in the jury, I'm expecting your dumb behind as the expert to explain to my dumb behind why you are okay with these variables of accuracy, because that doesn't equal accuracy to me.
No. Yeah, Brennan says 75 feet in reverse, but 35 feet forward. So that would F up the timeline even more, but don't think about it. It's Canton.
on that chart, if you can highlight it, please. Okay. If the driveway were at the right side, the top side of the house.
Yes.
Does your studies indicate that the vehicle, or at least the phone, traveled past the driveway before it stopped?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-meeting, please.
Did this car or the phone that was in the car ever stop at the driveway of that address?
No, according to the location and the speed data from the device, by the time it was approximately the driveway, the phone reports it was still traveling at around 15.9 miles an hour.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that address?
I have.
You have or have not?
I
have.
Sorry, what? It was traveling at 15.9 miles per hour at the driveway of Fairview 34.
So she hadn't even slowed down at that point. So did she?
What? So all your witnesses in the first trial was lying when they said she parked right outside the mailbox. Now they are rushing 15.9 miles. How fast is that in real numbers?
7 kilometers an hour.
No, is it that little?
Yeah, it's pretty slow.
No, because
Wouldn't it be half
more.
of it?
Might be 7 to 10 kilometers an hour.
6.7.
Man, I was pretty close with 7, wasn't I, Baker?
No, you're not.
Jesus
15 miles per hour is 24 kilometers an hour.
Oh, I went the wrong way.
24 20.
Oh.
So you're way off. You're a third of the actual speed. So she's going
yeah,
at
'cause it's
24
double.
kilometer or 15 miles per hour past the driveway, So there must be a keystroke where she slams the brakes violently, skids for 2-3 meters, and stops, and then starts creeping. Because again, 5 or 6 independent witnesses all testified she stopped outside of the mailbox. 15 miles per hour.
All right, I think we need the scientific method of understand. So this is the wheel of excuses. So we will go on. And we are landing on, my truth. It is his truth. That is the truth that we go with. So
Nice. Nice.
But now that explains a lot. The wheel of excuses.
Outstanding.
And in that address, do you see on the far left corner of that address, the yard, there's a flagpole?
Yes.
Where this car stopped, so this phone stopped at 12:24:33. How close is the phone to that flagpole?
I believe very close.
And do you ever see the car or the phone stop anywhere near that driveway?
No.
Please continue.
Between 24 minutes and 39 seconds and 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there were a cluster more records, all showing 5-meter accuracy, but no movement. Although the center point does move around a little bit, you could interpret this as movement, but because all of the radiuses or radii overlap, there's also a good chance that there's no movement that actually occurred here. This is just the device as it's trying to refine its location. At 25 minutes and 30 seconds, we see a relatively significant change where the accuracy drops to 34 meters. We do see a course or a bearing that shows that the device reported it was heading.
Did he just say it dropped to 34 meters?
Yes. So, now, I'm not a
34 meters
meteorologist. Is that the house length, maybe? Is that a house length?
Let me because I like they do it in meters, so no one understands it in America.
No kidding.
That would be 100. That would be
270.
It'll be 111 feet.
Isn't that the size of their front lawn?
Wait, what'd you just say? 93
111
meters?
feet.
No.
That's more than the driveway to the end of the garden.
93
So, yeah.
meters.
34 meters.
34. Thank you. That was the part I was missing.
Yeah, 34. It's 111 feet.
That's definitely longer than their yard, right? Isn't their yard only like 75 feet long?
Yeah, there's Brandy did the measurement. I think from the mailbox to the flagpole, that's 75 feet. That could put him in the back garden.
West. But again, this accuracy radius includes the previous locations anyway. So it's difficult to differentiate between actual movement based on this location data or just on the fact that the accuracy reduced. The center point shifted because of the accuracy change, and therefore a bearing was attributed to it when it shouldn't have been.
I could ask you some questions about drop on that indicates 25 minutes, 30 seconds, so 12:25:30. The circles become larger.
Correct.
Is Waze still being used or has Waze been stopped?
No, Waze has been closed at this point for about 40 or 50 seconds.
For how long, sir?
About 40 or 50 seconds.
This location data, or the circle, the perimeter, that's not coming from the Waze application anymore?
No, the location data never came from the Waze application. Waze was requesting location data. iOS is responding to that request, and as part of that response, would write the information.
Wait, Baker, I thought we were getting all of this effing information off of Waze. Now we're just guesstimating because he turned Waze off, but that's where we were the last time, so
No, because Waze doesn't do the accuracy. It gets it from iOS. But now, this is at the end of the garden, and this is the 34-meter radius.
Hell, he could have been at the old police lieutenant's house instead.
He could be visiting the police officer on the other
family?
side. He could be inside having dumplings with the Asian family.
He could. He absolutely could.
Oh.
John was intercontinental like that.
Luckily, we're coming up on a break because this is just getting stupid now. This isn't. They didn't even show this map the last time. Remember the last time they only had it along the road? Now they put him square in the house. Last time
And
it was
why is
just
this the
nicking the
witness?
little corner of the house. Oh. Yeah, the Asians did it. That's a hate crime. He walked to the wrong house.
To its database. Waze itself records very little location data.
So when you look at that circle based on location data alone, could the phone be anywhere within that circle?
Correct.
There is a bullet pinpoint center of that circle?
Yes.
That center of the circle doesn't necessarily mean that the phone is at that exact location, does it?
It doesn't know. The center point is purely an indication of where you need to draw the center in order to draw the radius. If we didn't have a center point, how would you know where to draw this circle?
And so the phone could be anywhere in that circle, close to 34, inside 34, 32.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Could the phone be anywhere in that circle?
It could.
Could it be at the center point?
It could.
Could it be still in the car?
It could.
Continue, please.
Between 25 minutes and 31 seconds and 25 minutes and 36 seconds, there's an additional cluster of location data, ranging between 61 meter accuracy and 17 meter accuracy. All of them roughly centered on the same
That's
point.
still
approximately.
huge.
And all of the accuracy radius covers the same area. Like there's so much overlap in these records that the device is essentially anywhere within the smaller circle. Between 27 minutes and 35 seconds and 38 minutes.
Why didn't we?
What is that
see
image?
last picture?
What in the poop stain?
I don't know how close this is, but there's so much accuracy on some of the. He could have been at the train tracks.
Well,
Every one of
All of
those
it is.
circles.
Let's put a lot of marks here because it must be here.
Every one of those
every
circles show
single
that he could have been
circle-
in the house.
Every circle puts him potentially. They only used the last one, the smallest one, because that was the one that nicked the side of the house. But technically, no matter which one of these you use, he could have been inside Fairview 34. This
Every
is
single one
worse
of
than the last time.
Yeah.
Did he go up and say it's 61 meters? Yeah, that's 200 feet. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, 61 to 71 meters. I guess it sounds a lot smaller when I stop to think that a meter isn't a foot.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah, that's
17.
huge.
61 to 17, I heard.
Oh.
But I mishear a lot. So
Between 27 minutes and 35 seconds and 38 minutes and 15 seconds, there was approximately 50 low accuracy records. Again, the device wasn't being used to ask for location data. This is completely passive and resulting in some pretty poor location data. I've highlighted with the red arrow where the 34 Fairview Road is. And we can see, although a lot of these location data do overlap with that point, there are location information here that doesn't.
Even though it overlaps, it's nowhere near. It puts him a county over. How the?
Okay.
Why
have
is this
we
guy on the stand?
considered that there is a Hellmouth in Canton, Massachusetts, and since Buffy is no longer syndicated, that is where we're getting all of these inaccurate, readings.
At 38 minutes and 16 seconds, the accuracy improves again. Is now 18 meters accurate, but continues to show approximately the same location that we saw 10 or 15 minutes earlier, around the flagpole area. 38 minutes and 17 seconds, same general area, slightly higher accuracy information down to 14 meters. 38 minutes and 18 seconds, accuracy increased to 12 meters, shifted slightly. Now the flagpole area is essentially at the lower side of the circle. Obviously, the top side of the circle now includes part of 34 Fairview.
If the location information is indicated by the circle, the circle has shifted, does that mean necessarily the phone has moved?
Not necessarily. Typically, you could assume it has, but when we're already talking about accuracies of 12, 13, 14 meters, it starts to become a little bit harder to determine how accurate this data is. So at this point in time, it could be anywhere within this circle, and the movement of the center point could just be the result of refinement of the device or environmental conditions that suddenly change. If the weather changes, it could cause the device to slightly miscalculate or to calculate differently.
Would a snowstorm or a blizzard potentially impact the precision of location information that's not precise like Waze?
It definitely has the potential to, yes.
How about a phone being covered? Could that affect it?
That could also affect it, yes.
If somebody was lying on a phone, could that affect it?
That could affect it.
Could being in a building affect it?
It could.
Remember when I had Plevin on and he said I was an idiot because GPS is accurate? And he just said, covering the phone or a snowstorm. Plevin, I'll take your excuse any day.
Apology, not excuse.
And I want at 38 minutes and 20 seconds.
No, I'll take
again,
his excuse.
refining information more. We've got an 8
He will never apologize.
radius, still focusing primarily on the front yard towards the left side. And then accuracy of 7 meters at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, again showing that same general area. Between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes and 29 seconds, accuracy fairly dropped off again. We see some fairly wild records that don't cover the area at all, but we also see some more accurate records showing, again, where the red arrow points at Fairview Road. Those records are highlighted here, just between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes 29 seconds, only showing records of 25-meter accuracy or better. And again, it's kind of focusing on that flagpole area.
Can you look at...
He keeps saying that, but that's not what it's showing.
No,
It's showing that he could very obviously be in the house.
Can you see the timestamp on this one?
0040 to 0059.
Guess who's not anywhere near Fairview 34 at that point?
Karen Reed.
She's at home. She's actually just about to call John and yell at him for the first time, walking through the garage.
Between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., only looking at location information, which is 25 meters accurate or better. Again, it kind of focuses around the front yard area, although some of these accuracies are still rather large and could put the device inside 34 on the opposite side of the street.
So could be inside the house again.
Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., fairly similar story. Again, most of these points are centered around that same location at the front yard. Similarly, between 3 and 4 a.m., between 4 and 5, between 5 and 6. And in fact, if I take all of the location data between 25 minutes after midnight until 6 a.m., only looking at the records that report 10-meter accuracy or better, then typically they all focus around that.
So if I only take the data that fits into my scheme, this is what I get. 10 meters or better.
Yes.
Says that it could be in the house.
Yeah, he could still have been in the house. He could have been anywhere from in front of the front door till... Funny part is, this is where he's found. This area.
Yeah.
But it's from all the way here to the middle of the road till the front lawn till almost up at the house.
Okay, I'm not the best at patterning, but have you noticed that everything does skew? I mean, there's not outliers going this. Yeah, it all skews towards the house and going to that front corner that's diagonal from the... Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not a professional noticer with math and such, but is anyone else noticing that? Because I am noticing that, you know, it never moves this way. I would think that if he's on near the flagpole, that is the furthest away from their property, that it would be showing closer to the Asian house, for lack of a better word. This
is the flagpole that I just marked here. This is the gate to the backyard. That's up here.
Mm-hmm.
And
is that also where the bulkhead door is, or is the bulkhead door further in?
I think the bulkhead door is over here. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But in this circle, almost all of the red dots is above this line. There's only a few outliers down here. Isn't that weird?
Okay, I'm just glad that we're all noticing the same things, which is why I wanted to check in, because I'm directionally myself.
Same location at the front of the yard, nearish to where...
Yeah, give us the same with the 15 meters accuracy.
There's a red circle with a bunch of red dots in the middle?
Yes.
Would those red dots indicate the center of some location that was captured at a particular point over that night?
Yes, so each of those center dots is the center of a...
this is completely irrelevant per se. This is GPS coordinates. It's not the towers. You can't triangulate by tower.
He's putting those red dots at the center of the circles, right? But he just told us, and factually, that has no relevance to his actual location. None.
He could be right here. He could be
the entire time
right here, and he can be right here the entire time. This is just approximately a circle where all of these readings are made.
Those little red dots are only there to confuse the jury. They have no factual relevance.
You guys, is Brennan going to take us to the end of the day on direct to allow Elise to...
We're going to go on a break in 2 seconds, I think. But do you know a funny thing? Because you have this over time, he could have been here, and then he could have ended up here, where he's found the next day. And all of it would still be in the circle. He could potentially also have been here. And because of he might have been underground in a snowstorm
basement.
There maybe if you took a 15-meter radius, it'll show up like this.
Albert,
That data
Brian
ain't that data
Albert.
out.
Brian Albert in the first trial testified that his house is notoriously known as a dead zone for cell phones as well.
Yeah.
He said that it's a thing, that's a well-known thing, that everybody's cell phones go wonky at his old residence in 34 Fairview.
Well, let's
10
get
meter
that
accurate
catch up
or better
because they're on
location
breaks.
record.
Maybe we
I
can
chose
get
to
to
not show
them.
the accuracy radius circle on this image, just purely because it makes it hard to see when you've got all these intersecting lines. But ultimately, if you were to draw a 10-meter radius around all of these points, they would all fall within the large red circle that's shown.
So this photograph was meant to take readings from the most accurate of the data throughout the night?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Sustained, ask it again, differently, please.
Was the circle, did it include low-frequency data?
No, this circle only includes 10-meter accuracy or better.
The fact that the center dots are in different spots, is that inconsistent with a phone being in the same place, not moving that entire night?
It could indicate movement. It could indicate refinement.
Is it impossible to tell?
It's impossible to tell at this level of detail anyway.
Are all of these dots, given the range, 10 meters or under, are all these dots and all these readings of the high-frequency data that you compiled for that night, are they all consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's phone being near the flagpole and not moving that night?
Objection, Your Honor.
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
All right, this might be a good spot. Are you ready to move on to the next
You
area?
can't
or have any
possibly
more
come to
questions?
that
would be a
conclusion.
fine time, Your Honor.
All right, folks, why don't we take our morning break, 15, 20
No. Well, we're caught up.
Well, interesting. Does anyone feel like we've learned something new since the last trial?
No. I learned that they're all liars. That's what I learned.
Well,
Brandon, we have no proof of any of this.
fair.
Thank you, Brandon, but no, I'm not reading that.
I had hoped that they were going to bring in someone else, like from their data team, their forensics team, their hackerology department.
He is actually, if I remember his testimony correct the first time, he's actually less certain this time than he was the first time.
Sounds like it.
Because the first time he showed us that weird, remember that map going down the street where he was just...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was just like a honeycomb, or what is it called? A breadcrumb trail going past the house, and just one of them just slightly nicked the corner. But this time we saw the area was way bigger. I think he knows unless he has done his homework.
Eat his lunch.
Yeah, I'm
Intention
starting to
didn't
feel...
Intention didn't convert meter to feet for jury. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so as well. 10 meters sounds way better than 30 feet.
It does. I think that the defense should really bring that up. Look, I am going to admit my special needsness and just say that it would not track with me that 30 meters was more feet. I will go ahead and admit I always forget which way I'm supposed to multiply up or divide down. So definitely needs to give it a real world sort of dimensional feel to those of us who are like me. I know Baker's smart. He already knows this.
He said it was a reasonable assumption, which means it's a guess, not beyond a reasonable doubt. Exactly. And he said he was certain it wasn't Jen, but he had absolutely no idea who then did it. That's, again, it's stupid. Isn't the door to the basement in the front door? No, that's in the back door as far as I remember what people said.
Inside of the fence in the backyard. I know that.
Because the defense said that there's a door to the back garden up at the side. A meter is basically a yard. No, it's not. Is it?
It's 3.2 feet, I think. 3.28 feet. Whereas a yard is 3 feet. Slightly more. It's about a third more.
Yeah, and this is the thing, because I get really confused when he said, why do speed in yanked numbers and distances in real numbers?
It's for that reason. It's because 10 meters sounds way better than 33 feet. Way better.
Yeah.
I guarantee they've had a discussion about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the inside door to the basement is in the entry hall, but the door is on the back side.
Bulkhead door.
3.3.
All right, Mr. Brennan,
Something.
whenever you're ready.
It's like 3.28 or something. 3.29. 27.
Yeah, so just convert it into yards if
Mr.
that
Whitman,
makes it
before
better.
we go into the next subject area, I'd like to ask you about the location data. Based on your review of the location data, do you have an opinion whether the location data throughout the evening is consistent with John O'Keefe's cell phone being near the flagpole the entire night?
Objection?
I believe it is, yes.
No. You can't be that because you just said it was in the town, it traveled along the roads, and it stayed there. You didn't say
In all fairness,
after X o'clock, was it at the flagpole?
the basement is pretty close to the flagpole.
Yeah.
I asked you whether you had an opinion whether it was consistent with.
Touche.
I didn't ask you if you had an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. Are there other things that you looked at that you will consider in addition to the location data to have a more certain opinion?
There is.
And is the next
There
thing
is.
that you considered Apple healthcare data?
It's the Apple Health data, yes.
We asked about it, or I asked you
Oh, he's got his accent back. It's the Apple Healthcare, yes.
about it earlier on, but I just want to talk about it a little bit before you show us and present to us the data that you've compiled for us. Is Apple Health data different than when you have like an Apple Watch?
No, it's the same Apple Health data recording on the phone or the watch. The only difference is the sensors being used to do that monitoring. So if you're just using the phone, obviously you're only using the sensors in the phone. It's limited to steps walked and to altitude climbed. If you're wearing a watch, it can also do those things, but it can also add things like blood pressure monitoring and things like that.
Does Apple Health data require an internet
I'll
connection?
take a bio.
It doesn't, no.
So it's all self-survives on the phone itself?
It is.
So without having an internet connection, it will still store the data?
Correct.
If I have an iPhone, is it storing health data even if I didn't ask for it to do so?
Yes. Unless you actively turn the feature off, it will by default try to track movement.
Is it something that is hidden that I wouldn't see unless I look for it?
No, there's an application for Apple Health, and then the settings are quite obvious in the settings screen.
Apple Health data tracks movement of the phone?
Correct.
When you were considering the Apple Health data in this case, did you begin looking for the Apple Health data before Mr. O'Keefe's phone began approaching Fairview Road?
Yeah, I started again at around midnight and looked at the health data up until 6:30 a.m. on the 29th.
The different points when you track Apple Health data, is that helpful even if you're only trying to isolate a certain point in time?
It can be, yes.
Does it help determine whether or not it was working properly? If it was,
It can determine whether it's working properly. It can determine an average kind of walking speed, for example, of a person, the average gait that the person may walk with, if that was important.
if a person has an iPhone and they're moving and it registers Apple Health data, and then they stop moving, and the healthcare data doesn't register because there's no movement, would the Apple Health data resume movement even if somebody else picks up the phone?
It would. The phone itself doesn't care who's carrying it. It just looks for movement.
So it doesn't identify the owner in order to register movement?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Does it identify the owner in order to register
Better
movement?
question.
It doesn't, no.
Could you turn to the next part of the data analysis that you did,
Yes.
please?
So the two sources that I got the Apple Health data from were a database called healthdb_secure.sqlite. This, as I said earlier, is the typical database that's used to store long-term information about the health activity that's been recorded. So this database can have years worth of steps taken, flights climbed, and any other kind of health data that's been recorded. The downside to that is that the information's aggregated. So you see chunks of time and multiple activities can happen within those chunks of time. The cache encrypted C .SQLite database is much more temporary, but is much more granular. So we can see exact times that flights were climbed, for example, or at least you can see the exact time that the flight climb was recorded to the device. And then that information is aggregated into the larger chunk of time. So again, we might see within the cache encrypted C individual flight climb events that occurred, for example, 30 seconds apart. But by the time that information is written to the Health DB Secure, you're now looking at a 10-minute time period with 3 flight climb events, as opposed to 3 individual flight climb events with individual timestamps. Typically, that source is not used because the data is not stored there for very long. The information I found on John's phone was essentially these 5 records. So between 11 minutes and 9 seconds and 21 minutes and 5 seconds, there were 170 steps recorded by the device.
Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to stop at each one and ask you some questions. At the time period between 12/11/09, 12/21/05, you don't have any independent information where John O'Keefe or his cell phone were, do you?
The location data that I showed to begin with on Washington Street was around 12 minutes after midnight. So the presumption is that's where the location was at that time. And then 21 minutes and 5 seconds, the device had already started using Waze. It was already driving along Denham Street or had turned onto Maplecroft.
What time did you say that Waze was initiated?
It was approximately 19 minutes and 30 seconds-ish.
Thank you.
Again, we see at 21 minutes and 10 seconds until 24 minutes and 22 seconds, there are 80 steps recorded. And again, if you compare this to the location data, we know that the device was in a vehicle at this time. Between 22 minutes and 14 seconds and 24 minutes and 37 seconds, we have 3 flight climb events that are aggregated into that time period. And again, the location data shows that the device was traveling in a vehicle at that time.
Mr. Whiffen, you had showed us a slide of 2437 on January 29, 2022 in your PowerPoint presentation, noting at that time, 12/24/37, the phone in the car was still traveling at 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct. This is about a second before it came to a stop.
Can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that period of 12/22/14 to 12/24/37, Mr. O'Keefe, or at least Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, was still in that car?
Yes, the location data shows it was in the car at the time. And my next few slides will demonstrate why that was still recording a flight climb event while it was in a vehicle.
Thank you.
At 31 minutes and 56 seconds until 32 minutes and 16 seconds, there were 36 steps recorded. And then there was no further health activity recorded on the device for several hours.
She couldn't have been there
until 4 minutes after 6 a.m. When 432 steps were recorded between the time of 6:04 and 6:11.
Let me ask you about that 12/31/56 to 12/32/16 time period. We can see larger
She couldn't have
ranges
been
in
there
the
for
time
that.
period range. That is a smaller range comparatively.
Yes.
Okay. At 12/31/56, is that the beginning of the 36 steps?
Essentially, yeah, it takes the timestamps from the cache encrypted C, looks at when the first step occurred, looks at when the last step occurred, and aggregates the times based on that.
So 12/32/16 would be the last steps taken for that cell phone.
Correct.
And in between that time period, there's 36 steps. You shared earlier that it doesn't indicate the direction of the steps. Other than the movement that equates the steps, can it tell anything about what direction, the positioning, how the phone was moving?
It can't, no. It's just purely registered what it thinks are 36 steps.
Could it have been a straight line?
It could have been a straight
Could
line.
it have been somebody pacing?
It could have been.
Could it have been somebody moving and jumping?
Yes. Jumping if they were jumping forward, essentially.
After 12:32:16, when this phone took its last steps, it never moved again?
Objection, Your Honor.
Form of the question sustained.
After 12:32:16, when this phone took its last steps, did it move again until 6:04:01 a.m.?
There were no more steps or flight climb or any other health activity recorded during that time.
Do you know what triggered movement at 6:04:01 a.m. of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I presume that the device was moving at that time, but I don't know the details of who.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike on.
I'll strike it.
Please continue.
Okay. Regarding the flight climb events, looking at the cache encrypted C database, I was able to find more granular, accurate timestamps for these records. And I showed those timestamps on this map at the position that the device was, according to the location data at the time.
So you're going back to earlier in the evening now, 12:22:14.
Correct.
To 12:24:37 when the phone stopped near the flagpole.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we have the first record at 22:17, a flight climb event was recorded. I've highlighted that was a red line, and that equates to the red line that shows underneath the timestamp where the location was, where the device was at that time. The second record is 22 minutes and 32 seconds, showed with a green line, which shows over here. And then finally, 24 minutes and 37 seconds after midnight, shows with an orange line down here outside 34 Fairview. I'd like to point out that health activity events are recorded upon the event completion. The device doesn't know that you're about to walk up some stairs. It doesn't know that you're halfway up some stairs. It has to wait until you've reached the top in order to detect that an altitude change has occurred. So that change only gets written to the database once the flight climb has ended. I tested approximately 8 different phones, different models, different versions of iOS, and found that on average, there was a time difference between 15 and 50 seconds between when I physically stopped walking up a flight of stairs and when the record was made. So it's just based on the time that the device takes to pull the altitude, detect that an altitude difference has occurred, and then write the data to the database. So then I took that average data between 15 and 50 seconds and plotted it onto this graph, which also plots the altitude of the device over time. So the red line here shows the time according to the cache encrypted C database where the first flight climb event was recorded at 22 minutes and 17 seconds. Working back 15 seconds from that to say that with the gap that I know exists between the flight climb ending and when the record's recorded, the flight climb event is presumed to have occurred within this red gradient area. The altitude information on the device shows that between those times, the altitude increased from around 41 meters to around 45 meters. You may recall earlier I said that it's a 3-meter incline that Apple considers a flight climb event. Therefore, the incline that occurred within this red gradient is sufficient to trip a flight climb event. When we look at the second record at 22 minutes and 32 seconds, this is shown on this chart as a green line. And again, working back 15 seconds and beyond to allow for the tolerance, we see the green gradient area. This shows an altitude change of around 45 meters to 48 meters. Again, that would be sufficient for a flight climb event.
45 meters.
In
Okay.
elevation above
And-
sea level, right?
Are we talking about accuracy when the man has said we presume and we assume that the flight start or the ascension started here? How can we be going on accuracy when even that the phone isn't very accurate? I mean,
Because
I
this
understand
dude said so, Mo. That's why. This dude said so.
this is
But
hurting my
But-
soul.
this man just said you need 45 meters, or the phone moved 45 meters in that time period.
No, I don't think that's what he said. He said that the elevation itself was 45 meters. So he was 45 meters above sea level. And then he went to 48 meters above sea level or whatever.
Oh, so a 3-meter incline, because 45 meters.
Yes. That's huge. That's a lot of feet. That's not what he was saying.
This is a Rundetårn, the round tower in Copenhagen. That's 35 meters tall. So it would be 10 meters more than that.
Yeah. See, until you see like what, 30 meters actually is, it really sounds small.
Yeah, because 30 is what? Is it inches? How much is a meter? Is it bananas?
Nobody knows.
It's open tabs. It's 30 open tabs. And if you line them all together, they equal Baker's breakdown.
Is it that hilly over there?
Did it,
in Massachusetts.
Is Massachusetts that high above sea level? 45 meters? That's pretty high.
Nah, it's not that high. I'm way higher than that.
Yeah, but that's because you smoke all the devil's lettuce.
Hey, we have to pretend we're in Massachusetts.
Yeah, 3 meters is the difference between upstairs and downstairs. But no, just moving your phone around while you're driving a car is exactly the same.
To be recorded because we have 3-meter incline change. We then don't see an incline change for a while. All we see is the device going downhill until we get the record right at the end there at 24 minutes and 37 seconds. And again, working back around 15 seconds to the orange gradient, we see an increase from around 25 to 28, 29 meters. Again, that would be sufficient to cause a flight climb event to be recorded.
I'd like to ask you.
Sorry, I'll go back.
Continue, and then I'll ask you, please.
Okay. I then compared that information to topology website from the area, according to topology website data, and plotted that out here. We see the red circle now is related to the first flight climb, the green circle to the second flight climb, and the orange circle to the third flight climb.
It is 41 meters above sea level. So that's correct.
What in the heat map is
the
this map?
The gradients that we see here are the same gradients that were shown on the previous graph. So the presumption is that within this...
This is sleight of hand business. This is... Yeah, let me just find something that can kind of explain what I'm saying, and I'll put a lot of colors on. It's kind of like when you see the weather. Remember, 20 years ago, 60 degrees was a nice, balmy, sunny day. Now, if you see it, it's in red and it's hot and it's dangerous. It's exactly the same thing you're doing here. You're just taking crap out your ass and thinking, how do I put it into a presentation to make it look like I'm right?
He's not been laid as a foundational expert in iOS coding, has he? Like, he didn't talk to the Apple guys to figure out how they extrapolated all this information. He's going by the user, and I could pull up a topographical map and put colors on it.
Yeah.
That doesn't make me an expert.
No, and if it's using barometric pressure while a storm system is moving in, how does let's hear about that.
This red gradient is where the flight climb event occurred. Within the green gradient here is where the second flight climb event occurred, and within the orange gradient here is where the third flight climb event occurred. The white circles show the altitude of that particular location according to the topology website. So again, we see that for the red gradient, there's an increase from 43 to 47 meters. Between the green gradient and the...
But hold on, there's no gradient change down here when it happens again. So it's I can't pull it up bigger. I don't think you can see it.
Yeah.
That's 20. That's a decline. That's a 28 to 26 decline. And he said it needed to be 3 meters. But he's probably going to say, well, it didn't happen. It's magic because if it happens here from 43 to 47, that's the first one. Then why doesn't it happen at 49 to 46? That should be a decline here as well, because 43 to 47, which should be 2 flights of stairs.
Well, yeah, it goes back to this. Everything's on the record for the record, except when it magically doesn't appear on the record.
Yeah, and 47 to 50, that should be another. So that's 3 flights of stairs. Then from 50 to 46 should be a decline. 46 to 41 should be a decline. 41 to 28 should be
several flights decline.
That's 7 flights of stairs. And then 28 to 26 shouldn't be a decline. That it doesn't make sense.
The green number 2, again, we're going from around 47 to 50 meters. And then with the orange gradient at the bottom, we've gone from around 26 to 28 meters. So fairly consistent with the data that was recorded on the device in terms of
absolutely not consistent.
And I would suggest is the reason that these flight climb events occurred.
Mr. Whiffen, there's 3 different times. The first is 12/22/17. At that time, was the Waze data app initiated?
It was.
And did that indicate whether or not Mr. O'Keefe or his phone were traveling in a car at that time?
Appeared to still be traveling in a car.
At 12/22/32.
Didn't they claim one of the clocks was off by 5 minutes or 5 seconds or 30 seconds or something like that?
And at that time, does the data indicate that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was in a vehicle and moving?
It does.
And you showed us a slide finally from 12/24/37 that the vehicle was still moving 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct.
And was the Waze data initiated and active at that time, 12/24/37?
If I remember correctly, Waze had closed about 5 or 10 seconds earlier.
Now,
why would
based on your
Waze
study
close?
Of the Waze information, the location information, the topography, and the healthcare
Baker,
data, do you have an
have
opinion
they
to a
gone
reasonable
through
degree
the
of scientific certainty?
tab data for John to show where he turned off the Waze tabby thing?
No. Stop doing it.
Oh, okay.
Whether the indication on the healthcare data reflecting flights of stairs, do you have an opinion whether or not that was registered as a result of a person holding a phone, walking upstairs, or for some other reason?
Based on the location data, the health data, and the research that I did and the testing, I believe it is more likely that the device.
I'm trying to see where everyone is on this map. Where's Fairview on the map? This happened at the last one is at 24:37. Isn't that when they have arrived at Fairview? So is this Fairview? Because there's all these side streets, and it looks like the road name starts with a C.
Well, where is the 3-point turn? Or is this the 3-point turn?
The 3-point turn where the gradient goes from 28 to 27, but doesn't show. And then why does it show
what the hell's that number? 36 is the 3-point turn. 28.
36.
Where is
up in the top? That one.
26.
That's the 3-point turn. The next one to the bottom right is the intersection of Fairview and whatever that other street is, and the red dot is 34 Fairview.
Oh.
Okay, but it doesn't look like it's because they're saying she went almost past 34 Fairview. This map does nothing to help me deconfuse myself.
He's saying that on that main street, that goes almost at the very top up there, 43. That's a flight. That's
Yeah.
a flight of stairs recorded. The green mark down here is another flight of stairs recorded, and the last one is somewhere down at the bottom, I believe, is what he's saying.
This
So
is
from
the
26
this is the
to
decline. This is the decline.
28.
Even though he said it needs to be 3 meters, it's 2. Then you have this one where he says is the first
Yes.
set of stairs. That's 4 meters difference. And then you have one right next to it where there's nothing, but there's also 3 meters here. From this point to this point, there's a 4 meter. So that should be a
well,
descending
and what about
stairs.
the 46 to 41?
46 to 41, that should be a downward angle. And then 41 to 28, 31, 34, 37, 40. So that should be 4 descending stairs. And there shouldn't be 1 here. So we
But
should
doesn't
have,
it also have to be within 16 steps, he said? Those distances are all way greater than 16 steps,
Oh,
except
fair
for
point.
possibly 47.
but you have 1 up, 1 up, 1 down, 1 down, 4 down, and then there's a mistake here because that shouldn't have been a down. So instead of having what we do have, 2 up and 1 down, I think that's what people are talking about, or the other way around. There should have been 2 steps up and four flights of stairs down. If he goes by the topographical map and says that's, am I losing it?
Well, I think we have figured out that this demonstrative helps no one.
Because the from the lowest to the highest point on the entire map, there's only 6 meters. But from the highest point to the lowest point, there's 14 meters. No, 24 meters.
22, 23.
No, 26 to 50. That's
I didn't see
24.
it. Oh,
24, that's 8 times 3. So there should be if he claims moving at this speed equals a stair, there should be 8 ascending stairs and 2.
Wouldn't your phone
Descending,
know that
ascending.
you can't go up the stairs that quickly? I mean, I'm guessing if you're going 15 miles an hour on the road, you'd have to be hauling ass up some stairs to go the same distance, and raid.
Another thing, did any of you ever play Pokemon Go?
No,
No.
I was
Did
getting
anyone
late.
in chat play Pokemon Go? Because I had a buddy of mine who played Pokemon Go when it came out. And he thought, hey, I'm a fat ass. I don't want to go. So I'm just going to ride around my car. But Pokemon Go was actually made to use your pedometer to find out that you got the steps in, because it was kind of to make you move. So he figured out that he had to drive at 5 miles per hour so the phone didn't think he was driving a car. Because your phone is not that dumb.
I make no promises for my phone.
I'm going to send all of this to the expert. I bet you he could find. He claims he's an expert, so let's figure out if.
Amanda agreed with that. Says I still do with my nephew. It won't register steps unless you're 5 mile an hour or slower.
Yeah.
Ah.
An incline versus the location data being incorrect and the person being walking up physical stairs.
Thank you.
Hey, Moni G.
You can continue, please.
Okay. So I'll address the idea of 3 clocks, which I believe was brought up previously.
Let me interrupt.
Sorry.
How about you ask a
Why don't you
question,
just
Brennan?
explain to the jury how clocks work in an iPhone?
That is kind of covered in the next slide anyway.
Okay.
Maybe worth just jumping ahead to that slide.
Explain the idea of 3 clocks.
Yes. Essentially, there is one clock on an iPhone. It's the clock that you see. It's shown in the top corner, and all activity is related to that particular time. So when you receive a text message, the time that's shown in the database is related to the time that you can see on the phone. When you do health activity, it's related to the time that you see in the top corner of the phone. Everything is related to that time. The difference is within the current PowerLog databases. It's a subset of files stored on iOS devices. They use what's called a monotonic clock, but it's not a clock that can actually be trusted to see when events occurred. It's the way that the device records time. It's essentially a counter that's just counting seconds since the device was reset, basically. And I'm sure most people can recall a time where you would set a clock on a digital device, come back to it 3 or 4 months later, and the clock's now not quite as accurate as it was when you left it. Time starts to drift. It might drift forward and be faster. It might drift slower and be further behind. That essentially happens with the monotonic clock as well. So you have to take the values that the monotonic clock provides and add or subtract different values, which are essentially offsets, in order to get the accurate time. And that's what I'll be displaying in this slide here. The confusion with the idea of 3 clocks, I believe, comes from the way that Magnet Axiom product displays PowerLog data. They show a monotonic date and time, a baseband date and time, and a display date and time within the PowerLog records. As an examiner, it's really good to see this data and understand how the tool is determining these values. As an examiner, it would be really bad to look at these values and think that they are accurate timestamps at face value, because they aren't. And I'll start to talk through how this information works.
But you just use these timestamps to prove. So are we going to go back and do all of your slides again, and you're going to offset the clock because they're not accurate?
Well, no, because that would probably...
Right now, I'm thinking totally not a Russian. He's in a back alley somewhere buying a pew and just thinking, nope, not anymore.
Okay, so I just got off the phone with Mr. Mo, who is my resident tech person. I sent him a text, how many clocks are on an iPhone? And he called me, he's like, why are you asking me about a clock on your iPhone? It is there. It tells you the time. I swear to God, if you deleted it, I can put it back on your phone. But I'm driving right now. Can I work on your clock later? I was like, ooh, single entendre. Yes, you can. But he was like, why are you talking to me? And you are confusing me.
So the other thing that Axiom shows, as well as the monotonic baseband and display times, is they show the location where this information came from. In this case, we have 2 tables. One is called PL Springboard Agent Event Forward S block. And that is what this table is here. And you can see we've got an ID number, a timestamp, and a value of locked. But we also show a second table that's involved called PL Storage Operator Event Forward Time Offset. And that's this table at the bottom here. So again, we see there's an ID, a timestamp, baseband, kernel, and system values. These values all need to be read together in order to make sense of the data. So for example, if I take the timestamp that's shown here, the 1643 33687 number, if you treat that as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, it's what we call a Unix epoch. That will get you the timestamp of 29th of January 2022 at midnight, 21 minutes and 27 seconds, once you account for the UTC-5 offset. And you'll see that that is the same timestamp that Axiom shows here as the monotonic time, 12:21:27. What we need to then do is take that monotonic time and add it to the baseband value that we see in the time offset table. So now we have a value of 1643, 3687.14954, and we add minus 183 point whatever this number is here to get this value. If we treat this value as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, then we get a time of 18 minutes and 23 seconds past midnight on January 29th, which is also the time that we show here as the baseband time. Finally, we can take the monotonic time and add the minus 181 seconds.
Is he actively trying to unalive the jury?
Which equates to 18 minutes
Yes.
and 25 seconds past
Baker,
midnight on the
where do
29th
I
of
send
January,
a cease and
which is the same as
desist?
the
I
display
wasn't
back
told
here.
there would be
So all
math.
this is essentially doing is saying that the counter that is built into the iPhone is registered the time
Head of
that we see
HR
of the
is
monotonic
Jamie.
time. This is not necessarily the time that the event happened. You have to offset it with this value here in order to get the actual time that this happened. My own personal phone, when I was doing this testing, the time difference between monotonic time and when something actually happened was over 2 weeks. There was a massive difference because my phone has been drifting so far since I originally bought and set up that phone. And again, when I was
Over
testing this,
2
I can turn the
weeks.
flashlight on, turn the flashlight off. Both of those activities are recorded in the power log database. If I just look at the monotonic time, it's off by over 2 weeks. If I do this process to calculate the correct offset,
he was
it shows
time
exactly when I
drifting?
turned that flashlight.
Is your phone off by 2 weeks?
How
What?
much prawn is this man downloading?
Can we get Russian Bot a plane
Please.
ticket and go over there and just slap him in the face and say, "Let me do it in 5 seconds"?
Why did
I
we
know-
start in
I
the
know it'll be-
70s? Did they explain
I
that?
would stay up late and cover it when he just walks in, spit slaps him and say, "You're such an idiot."
So it's 50.
So when he means it's off by 2 weeks, does he mean it's that little increment that a phone loses? Because it can't be off by 2 weeks, because even when I go to the States, my phone just jumps on Wi-Fi and say, "Hey, what time is it?" And it'll tell me the time.
Actually, I think I understand this. So if the clock starts in 1/1/1970, that was 55 years ago, right? And if you take the leap year out of the situation, this clock doesn't have the leap year date. So you divide that by 4 and you get 13.75 or 2 weeks. So that clock doesn't register the leap year day and would set it off by 2 weeks. But I'm not entirely sure why that's relevant here.
Why have a clock that's off by 2 weeks? Can some
but
math
it's not
genius
off by
explain?
weeks. It's an incremental little. It's like, let's say it loses a second a week, so it would be off by 2 seconds in that internal clock.
No. It's because that clock doesn't account for the leap year date, right? It only has, like Russian Bot said earlier, it only has 24 hours a day, 60 hours, 60 minutes in an hour, 20, whatever the hell it is, right? 24, 60,
Yeah,
60.
all the
Russian Bot
things.
said. So they don't account for that one day of the leap year. And since 1970, there's been almost 14 leap years. So it's not like seconds, it's one day every 4 years.
Yeah, but that is calculated in because you have the Unix time. You know, if you work with this, that you will have to do the calculation and say, okay, we are missing X. That's just something you can go in and probably find in a chart somewhere saying, okay, on the 29th of January, what would the internal clocks running Unix time be on? And then you would have the real world number.
Yes.
Okay. Again, why do we have a clock that's off by 14 days? Why are we using this clock?
Because nerds set a time, so that time will always be the same all the year round, and doesn't
for everybody.
They thought,
across
hey,
the planet.
Julius Caesar fixed the calendar, we unfix it. It's been
Tolkien
2,000 years.
fixed the
That
calendar.
mofo, he's not there. Well, actually, it's the Gregorian calendar. I don't care.
Having it set
It's like,
at 1970 seems really silly, though, because why?
Probably something with something.
Right.
Nerds. Have you met nerds?
Well, I am one, just not one that's
right.
smart with math.
They spared you from Y2K. Let them have their date. Yeah.
True.
Unix time is just when nerds say we start counting seconds at 1970, just like humans start counting when that other thing happened.
Yeah,
So,
giggity.
Oh,
The calculation is imperative. Without the calculation, these timestamps are irrelevant. And all
The time of day would still be accurate,
the values
though.
that they use in
It would
order
just be the
to
date that would be
calculate
off.
the final value. It doesn't mean that you can take the monotonic timestamp and read anything into it. It's completely irrelevant on its own.
Is it necessary to understand this process in order to ensure the integrity of the time that you're offering to the jury, so you understand whether
No.
it's accurate enough?
No, this is he's being intentionally misdirecting here, because the time of day would still be accurate. It would simply be the date that is off.
Wait, so why have I
And
never
everyone
heard
who
about
does this
electronic-
knows about Unix time.
Okay, but why have I never heard about the positronic clock before? I mean, we've had
Because
trials.
you don't play with it.
Right. It doesn't matter to anybody really. It doesn't matter. The date would still be, or the time would still be accurate no matter how you look at it. And they adjust for like the display clock, it gets adjusted automatically. So the only time that this would matter would be if he's looking for a data point that has the specific time still accurate, but the date would be 2 weeks earlier or later, whatever the case is.
Val, you be the expert. You are making me
we don't want
understand this more than this guy.
Yeah, he's intentionally misleading everybody right now by adding this ridiculous math equation in there for no reason, because the only thing that's going to be off is the date. The time will still be 100% accurate.
Yeah,
There's
it'll still be 12/29/47. Right?
It'll just be from like April 1st or whatever the hell the case is.
Thank you, totally not a
It would
Russian
be if you
bot
were
for
discussing power
helping
log
us
data.
too.
Power log data only really encompasses things like battery level, the time and date that it's plugged in, button presses, camera usage, things like that. It doesn't count for location data. It doesn't count for Apple Health data. They both work on the system time, and they both work on the same system time. So they're always going to be aligned.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the location data times and the accuracy of the health data times that you shared with us?
They'd be consistent with each other.
But it'll still be
there's only really one clock that's
consistent with each other. That's not a scientific. Okay.
There's absolutely no reason that he went through all of this unless they're using the display time by date, and the date's the old date, right? Like there's no other reason that he's going through this other than to just confuse the shit out of people. None, unless their events are dated 2 weeks later or earlier.
Like
but you need to
in the
offset the
Zachariah
times to
Anderson
figure out when
case.
that activity actually happened, and that you only have
Why
to
wasn't
offset
this an issue?
Because it's not an issue anyway.
An issue
it's
in
never
any
been an issue.
other case, because they don't need it to be an issue. Stillbright is always perfectly accurate, except in one single case it had a bug. Just
There's
remember,
absolutely no reason that he's going through this. None.
this is only to confuse the jury.
Yes.
Okay, then it's work on me. I'm thoroughly effing
not for messages or
confused.
photographs or any other activity like that. Purely power log data.
Which is probably why Alessi
Is there another
didn't
subject that
understand
you
what he
looked
was
at
doing,
that you
because it doesn't
analyzed
make any sense.
In order to
It's
reach
just
a
extra
conclusion
busy
about
work for no
the
reason.
time and location of John O'Keefe's cell phone over the night of January 29, 2022.
Yes, the next one is battery temperature.
Can you explain a little bit of background on this before you start?
Battery
Yes,
temperature.
slide.
So again, we have a temperature sensor built in within the phone, monitoring for if the battery temperature increases too high, it becomes a danger, or if the temperature gets too low and becomes an issue. So it constantly monitors the temperature of the battery and records that information in the Knowledge C database.
Did you look into the battery temperatures from before midnight and after midnight and do an analysis regarding the temperatures of that cell phone battery?
I did, yes. Throughout the evening of the 28th of January and then the morning of the 29th.
Mr. Whiffen, that's going to be hard to read. Is there any way you can enlarge it?
But apparently not like that.
Enhance. Enhance.
Thank you.
So on the evening of the 28th, see an average temperature of around mid-80 degree Fahrenheit. I've got no understanding of where the device was at this time, whether it was in a pocket on a surface, whether it was in use or not. But I just wanted to get an average idea of temperatures of the device. By 13 minutes after midnight, we're still at 82 Fahrenheit. At 22 minutes after midnight, we know from the location data that the device was currently in a car, and we see the temperature has dropped to 77 Fahrenheit. By 37 minutes after midnight, we now know the device is already at Fairview. It's been at Fairview for approximately 12 minutes, and the temperature has continued to drop. It's now 72 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffen, if I can interrupt you. At 12:37, when the temperature drops to 72 degrees, is that before or after the healthcare data stops for that evening?
That's after.
Thank you.
Again, sorry, it's going to be a long day of breaks.
Also,
No,
he could have dropped his phone in the snow.
Well, let me just do this. This is where he's hit by Karen's car. he is at this point 0:37. He is on the ground, has been on the ground for at least, according to Brennan, 5 minutes. According to, if we are giving him the most positive drive speed, 7 minutes, because she needs to be back at the house 1 minute before this. The phone is at 22 degrees. In 8 minutes, it loses 3 degrees. In 8 minutes, it loses 3 degrees. That's 7. In 14 minutes, it loses 3 degrees. In 29 minutes, it loses 3 degrees. In four and a half hours exactly, it loses 4 degrees. Why did it stop losing at the same rate as it deteriorated here? It's in the same condition.
Maybe
But
once
in
you get
4 hours,
below a certain temp, it falls precipitously.
But that doesn't make sense, because the Earth will suck the same amount of, and it's insulated by John O'Keefe's body. Remember that? It's not in direct air. So the heat loss will be the heat transferred to John O'Keefe's body and the ground. And it has a steady rate of roughly 3 degrees per 8 minutes. And then all of a sudden, it'll stop losing at that speed, and it'll go to losing it in 29 minutes. And then it'll totally stop losing at the same rate. And in 4.5 hours, it'll only lose 4 degrees when the rate had been 3 degrees roughly per 8 minutes, till it turned into per 29 minutes. And then it turned into 4 degrees in 4.5 hours. And then at 6:14, it loses 3 degrees, and then it gets hotter again. That's when Carrie claims she had it in her pocket. And then it starts to heat up when the EMTs have it. Why does it have a linear like this? And then it just no, not a linear like that. Sorry, I did it wrong. What? Because you have the first part up here, it has a steady decay rate.
You're right. I'm following what you're picking up.
And then you have a totally different decay rate. So this is the ground temperature. It must be around that. So the ground must have been 6 degrees hot, because it keeps that temperature. And then it magically loses 3 degrees when she picks it up. The instant they find John O'Keefe's body and remove it and find the phone, it drops 3 degrees and then heats up again.
These sneaky buttholes. Why is one in Celsius and one in Fahrenheit?
Well, they have both of them next to each other.
Still, they're trying to confuse me. Look, I signed up for trials because there was going to be no math. I was told no math.
But that's not the thing you should look at. You should look at, why is all of this in roughly the same increments, and then all of a sudden you have a wildly different increment here, and then you go back and have a smaller increment again.
Well, and why did we skip from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m.? Why don't we have all of, wasn't that, okay, why?
6:06.
What time did they arrive? What time did they arrive per ways? He claims they were at the scene at 12:24. No, 12:24 is when they do the 3 points. No, they're passing the driveway at 24 kilometers an hour at 12:24, and then they sneak up to the end of the garage. His phone uncouples from the Bluetooth at 12:32. But the phone temperature doesn't start decaying till at 7 minutes after she left the scene. Because we know she was at John's house At 12:36, in the best circumstances, it's a 6-minute drive. She must have gone from Fairview 7 minutes before the temperature reading here. So 25 degrees, that's probably 77 Fahrenheit, how hot it was in the car. And then it starts losing temperature. I don't know why.
45 minutes past, the temperature's dropped to 66 Fahrenheit. 53 minutes past, it's dropped to 61 Fahrenheit. 7 minutes after 1, it's dropped to 55 Fahrenheit. At 1:36, it's dropped to 50. And then we have a large gap in the data, with the next record being made at 6 minutes after 6 a.m., when the temperature is 43 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whitman, if a phone has any protection or coverage, well, let me ask it this way. Do you know what, if anything, happened around 6:02, 6:03 to trigger that 6-degree drop in temperature?
I don't know accurately, no.
Okay.
He doesn't have any
now it's
degrees that could
6:14 and it's
work for
37
that.
degrees?
Yeah, you're correct. This is the
know-
coldest temperature recorded.
Do you know what, if anything, happened to that phone at 6:15:01?
I don't know.
Okay, please continue.
And then as of that point in time, from 6:35, we start to see an increase in temperature to 43 Fahrenheit. At 6:40, it's up to 50 Fahrenheit. At 6:48, up to 55 Fahrenheit. And at 6:56, up to 61 Fahrenheit. And then also plotted this out onto a graph just for visualization. Again, we can see on the evening of the 28th, the temperature is relatively consistent. It starts to drop as we know the phone is traveling in the car. And by the time it arrives at Fairview, we only see it drop until 1:36 a.m. We see a relatively modest drop over the next few hours, but no records recorded. We see the final drop at 6:14, and then we see an increase. But there are no increases occur prior to 6:14 that would suggest that the phone went from a cold environment to a warm environment or had extensive usage.
Between 1:36 a.m. and 6:06 a.m., is there any indication at any time that that battery temperature went up?
No, there's no records related to battery temperature at all for that time.
Thank you. Is there another area that you looked at for your conclusions in this case?
Yes, I was looking at device usage.
What is device usage?
Information about when the user unlocks the phone, what applications they're using, what they're using the device for, and when they lock the phone again.
Would device usage require an actual person to interact with the phone, or can it happen without user interaction?
Everything I was looking at was related to physical interaction and manipulation of the device by a user.
Please continue.
So the three sources of data that I used for this,
No.
Knowledge C, database I mentioned earlier that logs lots of different activity, including device unlocks, device locks, applications that are on screen. The current power log, which I mentioned, which can track button presses. So specifically when the lock button is pressed and the times that I display have been offset appropriately. And unified logs, which is essentially a list of almost everything that's happening on that phone for a short amount of time. But it would be used, for example, if you had a problem with your device to get back to Apple because it was crashed.
Hey, Kimmy's back. I said the cell phone temperature
Oh,
would convict
Kimmy.
Karen Reed. You might have denied gravity. To deny these facts, John never moved. Hey, that's not what the temperature says, Kimmy Love, and stuff. And tell me why did you change from the GPS data that you yelled about in the first trial? Now it's the battery temperatures that doesn't prove anything other than this battery magically didn't lose any heat for 4.5 hours. But thank you. Come again.
Was there data points in that big gap in the last trial?
Nope, we never saw that. It's the first time it's ever been mentioned because the GPS is so shitty now. It places him in the house all the time. That now they need this one to prove that the phone was on the ground and not moved at all.
Okay. I was just wondering if maybe I missed that.
No, the phone definitely moved after Karen Reed was gone. 100%.
Yeah, he clearly moved after Karen Reed was gone because
100%.
she left at 12:30. But wet brains will go out on Twitter and say, "See, I proved it because the phone got colder, man." Why? The body was insulating him. I don't know if they know, but a body actually is warm. It doesn't lose instantly.
Will the meteorologist be able to tell us at a constant rate what the body temperature would precipitate or lose?
No, because he's not a doctor, so he can't talk about the body.
Also, the problem that I'm having here is when they found John O'Keefe and they got him to the hospital, his body temp was 80 degrees Fahrenheit. So how is the phone that he's supposedly laying on get all the way down to, what was it, 37 degrees at one point?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like that's possible, does it?
Hey.
Could it be colder if it was on wet clothes and not insulated right next to his body? Like he didn't have it in his
body
bra?
No, because his phone was found underneath his body. Even though I have a shirt on now, if I touch myself,
When I think about you, I touch myself.
The
Oh.
vinyls.
I can feel that my body is hot. So
Yeah,
if you're just, and remember, he had a t-shirt and a like a
light hoodie,
a thin hoodie on. So his body heat would have insulated this phone from the freezing weather, and it would also, there's the drain that the ground would have because it's colder than him. But why doesn't the phone battery get any body heat from him?
Also, he said that there was no activity on the phone, but Karen called him like a bajillion times that night.
Hella
Jen
times.
McCabe called him or texted him a handful of times that night. The next morning, everybody was blowing him up. Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts, Matt McCabe, Karen Reed. Like that should have been activating the phone and increasing the temperature, right?
There should be battery drainage. And then he will say, well, it depends on you had that screen light up activated probably. But it doesn't matter because the second it starts, that's a thing. And the isn't just when your wife brushes her teeth for 15 minutes in the bathroom. It's also a little motor moving that would generate heat. So every time they call her, it should spike.
Yes.
Valhalla, you got to stop making too much sense. This is Canton Triangle. After all, physics doesn't matter.
This guy is just a flat out liar. Like he's intentionally providing data points that don't matter at all.
I can tell you I am thoroughly confused and overwhelmed by all the data. And I like to think that I'm a reasonably smartish-ish person. And I can tell you that I've been trying to write notes and be diligent, and it is so completely confusing to me that I am at a loss. Like I have 4 pages of notes. I don't understand anything I've written down.
No, let's speed it up because apparently Cross just started.
They could look at the unified logs and figure out what's causing these crashes.
God.
So really granular. We see that at 12 minutes and 52 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using biometric Face ID. The SMS application is on screen for about 5 seconds before it's closed, and then the user presses the lock button at the side of the device to lock the phone. At 13 minutes and 54 seconds, biometric Face ID is used again, and the SMS application is opened. And at 14 minutes and 29 seconds, the lock button is pressed again, causing the device to lock. 15 minutes and 46 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen because that's the application that was on screen when the device was locked. And the device is locked again at 6.
There's no snow under him. They found him with grass under him.
3. 17 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked again using Face ID. The SMS application is still on screen from before. And at 18 minutes and 12 seconds, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock. At 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 18:31, the SMS application is closed. At 18:34, the phone application is opened by the user actively pressing on the phone icon on the home screen. At 18:36, they're now in a call, and this causes a different screen on the phone. And at 19:23, that phone call ends. At 19:29, the Waze application is opened by the user pressing on the icon on the home screen. And that's open for approximately 5 minutes, closing at 24 minutes and 26 seconds. 2 seconds later, at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, the device is locked by the user pressing the lock button on the side of the phone. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is opened using the icon on the home screen. And at 25 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user to lock the device. At 27 minutes and 45 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen. And at 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the device is locked using the lock button. 29 minutes and 52 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 29 minutes and 53 seconds, the lock button is pressed to lock the device. 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID.
And
Hold on.
32 minutes?
This is where the Commonwealth case falls apart.
He should already be, according to the state's case, at 12:32:09. He should already be laying half dead.
No,
Yeah, immediately
yeah.
incapacitated.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's no way because Karen Reed can't be at the scene at 0:32:04
She
because
can't be.
she's
It takes
picked
6
up
minutes.
at 0:36 at John's house, which is at least a 6-minute drive from Fairview in perfect
good weather.
condition.
Yes.
She didn't know the way home, but let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. This is 2 minutes after John was hit by a car. He checks his phone,
Also-
even though he's incapacitated.
Also, I don't use Face ID, so I'm not sure about this, but if his face is busted up from being hit by a car, like they're claiming, how could he possibly use the biometric to unlock his phone?
I can have trouble doing it in low light or if I put my glasses on.
If he's got a giant black eye and a giant gash across his forehead and a piece of glass sticking out of his nose, how is the Face ID going to recognize him?
It was an ice cube on his eye, not a piece of glass. I had a Fitbit in 2012, and even that ancient relic piece of technology, in terms of how advanced things are today, would not register me driving up a hill and climbing stairs. No, it's redonkulous. We were supposed to speak
SMS
through
application is
this.
already on screen from the previous use, and at 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user. And that is the final interaction with the device. It's the final unlock of the device using Face ID, and it's the final logged button press on the device as well to lock the device.
So the final interaction with John O'Keefe's cell phone that night.
Correct, up until 6.
Yeah, he was hit by a car 2 weeks later.
12:09 was the last time before the phone will begin the next morning.
Correct.
That's funny.
Is there one more area that you engaged in analyzing to help reach your conclusions in this case?
There is. During my time looking at the unified logs that I mentioned, I found a record that appeared like it could be interesting that was called Doppler. This was the pocket state that I think I mentioned earlier, and it detects when the user takes the phone out of the pocket, or at least removes the item that's blocking the camera. There were hundreds of thousands of records within the unified logs that I was able to filter down to just the Doppler records and to filter and aggregate down into a more digestible number, which is what's shown here. So again, whenever the device receives a phone call, or whenever the device is picked up in a particular way, the camera activates and it actively looks for a face. If it finds that the camera is locked, it records the fact that it's in a pocket state, and it will continue to record pocket state until either the obstruction is removed, so the device has been removed from the pocket, or until whatever is calling for the Doppler check to be completed. So, for example, if I make a phone call, it will continue to check and look for a face up until the phone call ends, or the ringing ends. So in this case, at 12 minutes and 37 seconds, see a small amount of time where 4 Doppler checks were conducted, and that ended at 12 minutes 37 seconds with a pocket state cleared event. At 12 minutes and 39 seconds, there was a 7.5 second period where 108 Doppler checks were conducted. Again, that ended with a pocket state cleared event at 12 minutes and 46 seconds. At 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there was a single Doppler check that resulted in a pocket state. And at 29 minutes and 37 seconds, for 5.5 seconds roughly, there were 97 Doppler checks. The 97th check resulted in a pocket state cleared event at 29 minutes and 42 seconds. At 31 minutes and 52 seconds past midnight, there was an 11-second period where 155 Doppler checks were made. The 155th Doppler check resulted in a pocket cleared event at 32 minutes and 3 seconds. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds was the start of a 5-hour and 20-minute period where 26,500 Doppler checks were conducted. Every one of those checks came back to say that it was in a pocket state. There was never a pocket state cleared event during that time. At 2 minutes after 6 a.m. And 41 seconds, there was a 12-minute period and 20 seconds where 417 Doppler checks were conducted. The 417th Doppler check showed a pocket state cleared event at 6:15:01.
So
Mr.
according
Griffin,
to this,
as a result of your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone,
Wow.
considering the location data, including Waze data, and considering the healthcare data, the pocket state information, the battery temperature, did you have an opportunity to create a timeline, putting all of these different important pieces of data together so you could show them to the jury in chronological order?
I did, yes.
Would you share with us now your timeline and explain it for us?
Of course. So again, this combines all of the information from the previous slides, just showing it all within a timelined view. So at 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. We see the SMS application is in use. For around 11 seconds, a phone call is made from John to Jennifer McCabe. A phone call lasts 36 seconds, starting at 18 minutes and 47 seconds. That call ends at 19 minutes and 23 seconds, and the mobile phone application is closed at 19 minutes and 24 seconds. At 19 minutes and 29 seconds, the Waze application is loaded on screen. And at 20 minutes and 49 seconds, which is what this location on the side relates to, we see an incoming message from Brian Higgins saying, "You come in here." At 22 minutes and 14 seconds, this is the start of the 3 flight line events as the device is driving along Oakdale Road, I believe that is. At 24 minutes and 26 seconds is when the Waze application is closed and the device is locked via the lock button at 24 minutes and 28 seconds. At 24 minutes and 37 seconds, the three flight climb events comes to an end. And at 24 minutes and 38 seconds is the first record that shows a speed of 0 meters per second. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the message "you coming here" is read at 25 minutes and 8 seconds after midnight. At 25 minutes and 9 seconds after midnight, the device is locked using the lock button. At 27 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, a text message is received from Jen McCabe saying "here." At 27 minutes and 45 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the "here" message that was just received is read at 27 minutes and 48 seconds. At 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user, causing the device to lock. At 29 minutes and 37 seconds, we start to get some Doppler checks, and at 29 minutes and 42 seconds, the pocket state cleared event is written. At 29 minutes and 44 seconds, there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. This is answered and lasts for 7 seconds, ending at 29 minutes.
So at
Answered.
29:44, he talks to Jen McCabe for 7 seconds, then instantly gets plowed down
Hang on.
and
That-
dies.
That's never once been testified to, that she called him and he answered.
Yeah,
Jen McCabe never once said that she spoke to him. She said she called him and it didn't answer, and that she texted him. So now there's a 7-second answer.
There's a 7-second phone call where you can say "here," but within the next 9 seconds, Karen Reed plows into this poor guy and kills him. Jen McCabe never hears it, even though she's standing at the window looking at him whenever she texts him.
It's in 51 seconds. At 29 minutes and 52 seconds, the device is unlocked, and a second later, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock again. 31 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight, a message is received again from Jennifer McCabe saying "pull behind me," and at 31 minutes and 52 seconds, the Doppler check records a...
Why is she writing him 7 minutes after they arrived at the scene, and she saw the car outside multiple times?
Pocket state. At 31 minutes and 56 seconds, we start the health event that shows 36 steps were taken. And at 32 minutes and 3 seconds, there's a pocket state cleared event. At 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device unlocks with Face ID. And again, I'll point out that makes perfect sense if the Doppler state clears, because it's no longer within a pocket, and then it unlocks a second later. That makes sense with the logic that's been identified. At 32 minutes and 5 seconds, messages applications on screen, and the message "pull behind me" is read. 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the messages application is closed, and the device is locked for the last time. At 32 minutes and 16 seconds, the 36-step health event is ending. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds, we have the first of the 26,500 Doppler state records that all record pocket state. This is followed by several phone calls at 33 minutes and 35 seconds, 34 minutes and 9 seconds, 34 minutes and 38 seconds, 35 minutes and 9 seconds, 35 minutes and 35 seconds, and 36 minutes and 9 seconds. All calls from Karen, call were all unanswered, and all resulted in pocket state being detected by Doppler. At 36 minutes and 9 seconds, and again at 36 minutes and 40 seconds, 2 more phone calls received from Karen, again showing unanswered calls and resulting in pocket state being recorded by Doppler function. 37 minutes past midnight, battery temperature has dropped to 72 Fahrenheit. And at 37 minutes and 8 seconds, a further phone call, again unanswered, again resulting in
He's a British something.
37 minutes and 31 seconds, a 3-second voicemail received from Karen.
He was a cop and then something.
And at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, another incoming call. And at 38 minutes and 26 seconds, another incoming call, both unanswered, both resulting in Doppler, pocket state being detected by Doppler. And I've also showed some of the locations that were recorded around this time by the device. 40 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. This is the first iMessage or SMS message received by the device, which is unread. This is followed up 2 minutes later, 42 minutes and 9 seconds, by another message from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Where are you?" And at 42 minutes and 35 seconds, there's a 40-second voicemail received from Karen. 43 minutes past midnight, the battery temperature has now dropped to 66 degrees Fahrenheit. At 45 minutes and 53 seconds, another incoming message from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. And again, we can see location data at 53 minutes and 7 seconds, placing the device on the front yard somewhere, kind of around the flagpole area. 55 minutes and 31 seconds,
you can testify to that.
Stating, "I'm going home." 55 minutes and 50 seconds, a follow-up message saying "see you later." Another location data, this is the location that's shown bottom left. And at 2 minutes past 1 a.m., another message from Karen saying, "your kids are cooking alone."
Mr. Whitford, based on your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, keeping in mind some of the data points you shared with us, that wave was initiated around 12:19, that the car reached the flagpole around 12:24:37, that the only health data during that later time, that 12:30 was from 12:31:56 to 12:32:16, that the last interaction was at 12:32:09, followed by an overnight pocket state, an increased reduction.
Objection, Your Honor.
I need to hear the question first.
Including a increased reduction in the battery temperature. do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that after that phone stopped in the car at the flagpole area of 34 Fairview, whether or not that cell phone remained near the flagpole the entire night until after 6 a.m. the next morning?
I'm going to allow it.
The location data that shows accurate tends to show around the flagpole area. There's no further health data other than 36 steps that were taken that suggest that it moved after 32 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight.
There was no other than 36 steps. So there was data.
Did we ever get the question answered that his violent throwback of about 20 feet or so, could that have been registered as steps?
I don't know.
The battery temperature data never indicates that the device went from a cold environment to a warm environment, which I would expect to see if the device went inside a building. And the Doppler state information suggests that the camera was blocked for at least the majority of the 5-hour period, with no records showing that the camera was unblocked during that time, which would typically happen if you were to pick a camera up and move it around.
Does that lead you to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Whether that phone remained in the flagpole area from around 12?
He said yes before he even got the question.
So-
Until the next morning at 6 a.m. or after.
That's my
Objections sustained. Ask the question in a different form.
Do you have an opinion where John O'Keefe's cell phone was from around 12:24:33 on the evening of January 29, 2022, through at least 6 a.m. and after that morning?
Yes, based on the totality of all of the information that we've described, my opinion is that the device never moved far away from the flagpole.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Leslie? Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up. Evidence. They can come into evidence as a stipulation.
I have to take him down a bit, I think.
Especially if he's amped up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He gets going pretty quick sometimes. Oh, that's interesting. The cameras are off. They're not synced.
No.
Yeah, what is up with this new setup?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed with the
Yes.
administrative matters? May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't like
Proceed with stipulation
this,
with
but there's
the
no...
prosecution. I would like to mark and enter into evidence 3 documents. These are each portions of a March 2025 report prepared by Mr. Whiffen. The first one,
So, yes, they can come into evidence. They can come into evidence as a stipulation. So
And
we
so-
can mark it as the next exhibit.
if we can, that's page 29 for the next exhibit. Separately, please.
Oh, unless he's going to rip this dude apart.
Yeah. This was a 2015 report.
I thought it was
So-
25.
Was it 25? Oh, sorry.
That's
The next
March
exhibit will be
2025.
pages 77 and 78 of the same report.
Okay.
Exhibit 41.
The third and last is page 43 and page 44.
Okay. All set.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whiffen. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting.
Good afternoon.
Cell phone data, when correct and when correctly analyzed, can help tell a story of what may have happened under various circumstances, correct?
Correct.
And in cases like this, literally seconds on cell phone data can be significant, correct?
Correct.
What I'd like to do is to go back to your PowerPoint presentation and specifically go to the timeline that you had gone through with Mr. Brennan. And rather than repeating everything, there'll be select aspects of the timeline I'm going to reference. And with the court's permission, we will put the timeline back on that's already in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to start with page 70, which we have as 78 of the deck. If you could, Mr. Wolf, go to that. And what I'd like to do, if I could please, Mr. Whiffen, is draw your attention to the very last entry, which says at the bottom, location 122438. And it indicates description, first location record showing speed of 0. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And this is the arrival of John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next page, please. We have up at the top, 12:24:59, about 21 seconds later after arrival, we have device unlocked with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible for anyone other than John to unlock that device with Face ID?
If a secondary user was set up.
Do you have any indication that a second user was set up on John's mobile phone?
I never looked at that.
I'm sorry.
I never looked to see if a secondary user was set up.
In terms of the next entry, 122508, it says, read message, you coming here, with 3 question marks. What I'd like to do, because you did not note who that was from, but I want to go back a few slides so we can identify who that message was from. We could go back to 76, please, Mr. Wolf.
Yes.
So in the last line there, message reading left to right 122049, it says message received from someone listed in context as Brian Higgins. Do you see that?
Correct.
So if we could go back to slide 80, excuse me, if we could go back to slide 79, that phone reading the message, you coming here, is reading the message from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't note that in the timeline that was from Brian Higgins, correct?
No, I was just highlighting the fact that a message was read and that the contents of the message were, you coming here.
But you didn't note in this entry, when it was read by John, that message was from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now, the next entry, lock, again, I'm always going to be reading left to right unless otherwise indicated, sir, is a time of 122509. And it says, device locked with lock button.
Yes.
You see that, sir?
I do.
That requires human volitional conduct. In other words, someone has to actually manipulate their phone and hit it, right?
Correct.
Now, at this particular point, isn't it correct that in your report that you mentioned in your March 2025 report, that you had more of a description of what was happening at this time with the phone, namely, device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Isn't that what you had in your report?
Yes, and that's covered in the location section of this report, the PowerPoint.
So there is no statement in this timeline under any type where you had concluded that at this time, the record showed that the device was moving west from the roadside towards the house, correct?
The location, latitude, longitude was moving westerly, but at the same time, the accuracy was increasing. So it didn't intrinsically prove that the device was moving.
My question, Mr. Whiffen, is straightforward in this sense, that I'm just looking for an
Funny
answer
he didn't
whether
mention that.
on this timeline, you included the analysis that you had in your report that the device at this time was moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you include it in that time?
No, I left that out of the timeline.
Next entry, 2733. And that's 122733. You note that there's a message received from Jen McCabe. Here, exclamation point, question mark. You see that, sir?
Correct.
Now, at this point, you have 2 people in just 2.5 minutes, Brian Higgins and Jen McCabe, trying to find out if John is coming to 34 Fairview. Is that a fair conclusion?
It appears so.
I'll allow it.
Is that a fair conclusion?
It would appear so, yes.
So just because of the colloquy that occurred, I want to repeat the question. Now you have, at this point, at 1227:33, you have 2 people, Brian Higgins and Jennifer McCabe, in just 2.5 minutes, trying to find out if John or the phone is coming to, or if John is coming to 34 Fairview. Okay.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
Thank
Lester.
you, Your Honor. Now, at this point, you have 2 people trying to find out if John is coming to 34 Fairview, correct? Okay.
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffen, in terms of the information at this stage, there are 2 communications with Mr. O'Keefe on this phone, and that is, they're trying to find out, excuse me, I'll rephrase it. There are 2 communications, one from Jennifer McCabe and one from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next deck 80, please, Mr. Wolf.
What's the
This
time?
is 2745, device unlock with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
And then right under that is 122748. It says read message, which it says here. And is it correct that that is the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe?
Correct. I'd just like to point out, it says read message, not read message.
Read message, thank you. And that, the fact that Jen McCabe sent that message and that it was read was not indicated in your timeline at this point, correct?
Sorry, repeat that question.
Yes, you did not, it does not appear in that timeline that you've drafted that message that was read was from Jennifer McCabe. Is it?
Correct.
Next entry, 2750, device lock with lock button. Next entry down that, 2937, Doppler pocket state. And I want to be clear. Does Doppler pocket state mean that someone takes an iPhone? Because up above, there's red messages we went through on 2748. So if somebody reads the message and then it goes at 2937 into Doppler pocket state, does that mean someone has, for example, put it in their pocket?
No.
What does it mean that's a pocket state?
So the only times that I was able to cause a pocket state to be recorded is when the camera was blocked and when the device received a phone call or was picked up in a particular way so that the device thinks that you're about to try to use it. If the camera is not blocked from the outset, then nothing's recorded at all. And in order to get the pocket state cleared, the camera must be blocked to begin with. So again, you have to receive a phone call with it in your pocket and remove it in order to get pocket state cleared.
Thank you, because that helped me, because that's exactly where I was going with the next question, which is pocket state clear. What did you conclude from 2937 to 2942 that it was in pocket state and then pocket state cleared?
There was some activity on the device that caused the pocket state to be checked. The device was in a pocket state up until 2942 when whatever was obstructing the camera was removed.
Next entry is a call at 12:29:44. And that, you state, is an incoming call from Jen McCabe. So there you do indicate the name. And you say answered 7 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Is the phone at this time that there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe that is answered out in front of 34 Fairview?
Yes, it would be according to the location data.
Right. So now we have at 12:29:44, the phone's out in front of 34 Fairview. There's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. It's answered. 7 seconds is how long the duration of the call was. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then 12:29:51, incoming call ends, and that's end of that 7-second duration.
Correct.
So you've concluded that this was a call that was indeed answered by the user of the phone, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to Mr. Wolf 81, which is starting up at the top of 12:31:47. There is, as you indicate, an iMessage received from someone with a contact named Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I do.
Can you just state for the jury what an iMessage is?
An iMessage is essentially a text message sent primarily from iPhone to iPhone via the Apple servers, not like an SMS message which goes through carriers.
And is it correct that the message that was received from Jen McCabe said, from a contact, Jen McCabe says, pull behind me?
Correct.
And then at 12:31:52, we're back to Doppler pocket state, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to...
Mr. Wolf is the guy who handles the exhibits.
He did call him Mr. Wolf once. I caught it too.
Yeah, but he says slide 81, Mr. Wolf. It's the tech guy. It's the Habsburg jaw.
Oh.
I know I have it sped up to 1.5. He's going too fast through this, in my opinion. It's just a lot of numbers. It's a lot of. I hope he'll summarize it later why it's important.
The next entry, which is Deck 82, it's under health type. And what I want to do is see if we can clarify. The Commonwealth on direct examination, and multiple times referred to this as healthcare data. Do you remember hearing that healthcare data term?
I do.
Is that a correct term? Is it healthcare data or is it health data?
It's health data.
So it's incorrect to refer to this as healthcare data, correct?
Healthcare data is encompassed within Apple Health, but primarily if we're talking about steps being taken, health data.
Right. So the correct parlance is health data.
Sorry.
Yes,
What
the hell was that?
Particularly when we're getting
That was
to
me
steps,
being a
is that correct?
spaz and
Important
dropping
to be precise
something.
about the parlance.
Yes.
So in this entry 12:31:56, you state that there's the start of health event, quote, 36 steps / 25 meters, correct?
Correct.
Is it accurate to say that because we're in the United States and we don't work on the metric system, that 25 meters is about 84 feet? Are you able to make that calculation?
It's approximately that, yeah.
Right. Would you accept approximately 84 feet? So as we discuss meters, we can go to feet and
Yes.
about
I would
84.
accept it approximately
Good job.
3 times 25.
Good job.
Smart.
So in your report of March 2025, isn't it correct that for this time, you stated that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So again, your conclusion from your analysis is with these 36 steps, the device at this point began moving, correct?
Correct.
Next entry, 123203. Pocket state cleared, correct?
Correct.
So does that mean that there's some human activity going on, interaction with the phone, or not?
It could have been a received phone call. It could have been movement of the phone to be lifted.
But something has happened.
But something's
correct?
happened, yeah.
Next, 123204, device unlocked with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
And then at 123205,
Oh, sure. Waze gets more accurate over time, but I say the exact same thing about my memory, and I'm a stooge. Timothy Good one, Greg.
Good.
it states application-focused messages.
Yes.
Can you clarify what that means in terms of what is happening with the phone for the jury?
Yep. So at 32 minutes and 5 seconds, the messages application was in focus on screen. So it was the application that was being used by the user at that time.
Now, the next entry is message 123206, and it states read message, quote, pull behind me, close quote, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't indicate who that message is from in your timeline, but that's the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe at 123147, correct?
Correct.
Next entry is application lock at 123209, and you've got here end application.
Method of death dismantled by Robert Alessi. Facts.
Focus, and then you say device lock with lock button for the last time, correct?
Correct.
So that's again pressing the side button on the iPhone that locks it.
Correct.
And that requires human conduct, human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And then the next entry under health data at 123216, that is 7 seconds after the lock. It's the end of the health event of 36 steps, 25 meters, and as we agreed, approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
So in terms of the steps, I want to turn to some further information with regard to your previous, the report that you mentioned on direct, which is the March 2025 report. Your Honor indicated a time for the break, and I'm going to go into a little bit of different area. Would you like me to keep
All
continuing?
right, Mr. Leslie. Folks, what's up? Turn lights, please. Mr. Leslie, we need you back in the line.
Into this case for the federal investigation.
Shut up.
Ew.
Greg, current time, a juror is being questioned at sidebar.
Oh,
They must have found out that they know something about law or something. They're going to kick them out.
oh no.
Aiden Carney just received another phone call from the Holden Police Department, making sure I was okay after they received a call saying I was self-deleting. I've been swatted multiple times after calls like this were made saying I had a pew-pew in my mouth. I am fine. Jesus, these assholes.
Good night, nurse. People need a hobby that is not that.
A juror has been called to sidebar, is being questioned about something in the presence of all attorneys. Been going on for a few minutes.
You had that one juror that is me. Like, I wasn't told that there was going to be math. Look, I thought this was a murder case. I give up. Like, I
Your
quit.
Excellency, I'll just say we spent 3 hours here today. Can I borrow your notes, because I really tried, but then he said numbers, and I'm number lexic, so I feel maybe, can I go home now? I
didn't understand how there could possibly be two different clocks. I need to go home. This is ridiculous.
There are 3 clocks. No, Valhalla, I bring into evidence there are 3 effing clocks. There's a clock that starts in 1970 for some effing reason. Like, I wish I were the juror, because I'd be like, there are clocks. There are 5 different clocks. This guy is talking about positronmetry. I don't understand any of this.
Maybe the juror was just sitting over there thinking, I'm getting my steps in.
Could be doing something useful like Pokemon Go.
Oh.
No, we're having ARCA in the afternoon.
We could find out that the
Mo isn't a methodologist. Truer words haven't been said.
Yes.
Probably they were only here for half a day. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. They were supposed to be done.
we
Oh,
don't
that could
have
be.
these 100 text messages that you're referring to. The judge says, well, you were required to keep that stuff. And Robert Alessi said, well, we can't hand over what we don't
Shut
have.
up.
So
Shut
it'll
up.
be interesting to see if they actually
Shut
bring
up.
these communications when they show
What
up.
a
and
terrible
testify. I do
summation.
want to mention to everybody, though, this is a retrial, as we
She looks like Hillary
Why
Clinton.
is she wearing a leather pilgrim outfit? That looked like pleather pilgrim. That's a weird
And
sort
she
of
has
fetish
this
there.
voice that's really annoying to listen to, and I have it to feed into my ears while I'm listening to you.
You need a little more vocal fry. You're gonna.
As you know, this is a retrial.
Laura. Did they
What
come
was
back
that?
or didn't they come back?
Was that Jean-Claude Van Damme in the Universal Soldier that he was time traveling? Is that the one? Or am I mixing up?
Oh, at
Wasn't
least
that
the,
Kurt
the
Russell?
expert says she lost it when this guy was talking.
I thought Universal Soldier was Kurt Russell.
It might be. I don't know. I probably got it mixed up. I think it's Time Cop that I'm thinking of with Jean-Claude Van Damme, and he's going back and forth. And
Yeah, I can't.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
KDP, you should all use the opportunity to go visit Mo and Valhalla and give them a like and a sub and all the good stuff. Their channels are in the description. Thank you so much, KDP.
Thank you.
I actually have a live goat cam up right now. If you really
You
need
are
emotional support,
on
goat.
top of things.
What the hell is going on?
Look, Baker is just horrified that some of us have 84 tabs open right now. Look, it's still bothering him. He's trying to keep it in. He's trying to like hold his peace, but it is still bothering him at a soul level.
Speaking of,
apparently they are done for the day. A juror is called to sidebar. There's a long discussion going on after the judge asked this male juror a series of questions. So
here you go, Baker.
no, I'm not gonna get a demonetization because we're playing.
For what?
Because it's Marvel. They are highly litigious, and
It's
will
a
as soon as they can
6-second
get it.
clip.
We're playing a clip
They're
from
still
Marvel.
buttholes.
Do you know who really fucks? This is Shizzy. Did you move to Tennessee?
A 6-second clip of a Marvel with different words.
Do you know how long it takes to clear all of those movie reviews? Marvel will F people over if they have.
I was wondering about that because I couldn't figure out how they were able to do those like trailer reviews and things like that.
They have to, even playing a trailer which is out there to just promote the product will get you dinged.
Yeah, but that's like minutes long, right?
Yeah,
Anyway,
six seconds is a long time. It's like the damn command tent with Zulu, local, hometown, and more. Thank you.
Anyway, the caption reads Baker closing tabs on our phones. That's what the caption reads.
No, you should have when what is it? Scarlett Johansson has to say like, it's going night night. I've closed all my tabs. It's okay. Not a tab. Look at it. It's just the home screen. Baker Hulk gets all like, I'm going night night now.
That's funny. That's funny.
Oh, good Lord.
KDP became a YouTube member. Thank you so much.
No, it was on your channel. I thought she was becoming on. I thought she was a member. Oh, thank you
My
for
channel.
supporting Valhalla.
She's a goat herder. She's got access
Cool.
to awesome new emojis now. Like Fluffy. Where's Fluffy? There's Fluffy.
Nope. We are not on in cross. Allegedly, there's a Whiffen is sent home and the juror is being questioned. No, he was crossing. Oh, this is really annoying. They are actually discussing with the accuracy of the health data. If you get up too fast, an Apple Watch will ask you if you fall. Why is there no impact from the car saying, "Oh, you just went flying 18 feet through the air and landed really hard"?
Because I would figure that would be faster than you could run unless you're Usain Bolt. I mean, I would think if the car is going 24, wouldn't it throw you approximately 24 miles per hour at first until?
No. It again, it has to do with absorption and transfer of momentum and how is your body positioned, and it'll. But yeah, you'll go from real slow to real fast. What happened? We were bored to death, and then Alessi started his cross-examination and said, "I'm moving into a new area, and is it a good time to take a break?" And the judge said, "Yes, take a break." Allegedly, a juror is being questioned right now at sidebar.
Wrong one. That's what I wanted. Never mind. My bad. KDP for the emotional support goat fund. I appreciate it, Katie. Thank you so much.
Yeah, go frolic a little bit today.
Oh, and thank you so much for my headache from being confuzzled. You know, I like to start Mondays thinking I'm relatively like an okay, smartish person. And then I come into this testimony and I'm like, yeah, I got nothing. Dumb as a box of rocks.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I'm pretty sure that was the intention of today's testimony. I don't think you were supposed to understand any of it. I don't think
As
anybody was.
the resident juror stand-in, no, I did not. Thank you so much for the. I'm going to guess that's Welsh money, but I could be very wrong.
It's South Korean.
Oh, well, there you go. See, like I said, very wrong. Continuing the trend of Monday.
As you all know, we are but grifters. So we always go to the smartest people on the internet to get the newest and the hottest takes.
Oh, no.
Krusty Pandies. In the Karen Reed trial, Cellbrite, senior digital intelligence expert Ian Whiffen is methodically delivering an absolute death blow to the ridiculous "Hush long to die in the cold" Google search lie. This lie that the defense has been trying to capitalize on for over 2 years and has been linchpin for the Free Karen Reed movement originated due to defense expert Richard Green's misinterpretation of the meaning of an artifact he found in a write-ahead file. Ian Whiffen is very clear. His report is even more concrete and focused than it was last trial. I know you all desperately want to just talk about living room furniture to distract from reality. No, we want to talk about him testifying that John O'Keefe moved after being dead. Oh,
Yeah,
well,
that's kind of the important
incapacitated.
part. Allegedly. Narf?
And thank you so much, Jason. Oh, can you do the snarf voice?
No.
Narf.
Snarf, snarf.
I have no idea what that's from.
I think it's He-Man.
Oh.
He-Man.
He-Man. Oops.
Yeah, wasn't he
Hubby's
like
home
the
for the
scaredy
night.
cat?
It's late. He was asleep. Just came out and said, "Why are you not in bed?" Lol. Oops. Hope he doesn't cut off the grocery money. Me too. Because groceries are important.
Well,
Thank you, Em.
what do people have to do for grocery money these days? I know what people have to do to get a couch, but grocery money. Oh.
Yeah, how many things where I just yell, "Turtle Boy is dumb," and then when do I get my free sectional? And I don't want a sectional. Look, I have a earmarked, handy capable, stand up, sit down heat chair. So do I mark that down?
If Totally Not a Russian didn't walk us through this last time, a majority of people would have been somewhat, if not completely lost at times. And I like that Russian repeats. Even I'm lost after all of this. The guy testified that John was moving after the car came to a complete stop. After testifying that the car never came to a complete stop. And then he walked towards the house, which he didn't put in his report. Well, he didn't put it in his presentation. He did put it in his report. So he walked towards the house. Well, it was when the GPS was inaccurate. Well, you showed him at the bar when it was inaccurate. But moving towards the house, couldn't be. She's going to invite J.D. Vance over, and the sectional isn't the only thing that'll end up in...
He got you. He got you.
All of this is previous. I don't know what's happening.
They're killing time.
Yeah.
If Arca is at 2, they only have 2 hours of what they have. It's going to be 15 minutes, and then she's going to say, I'll go back and contemplate. And then she'll again decide that they're allowed to say the same thing they said at the last trial, but nothing new. Yeah, Pinky from Pinky and the Brain. That's where it's from.
The Pinky.
Pinky and the Brain. I settled this in my mind last time. I'm sticking to what I was told.
What are we going to do tonight, Pinky? The same thing we do every night.
Try to frame Karen Reed.
Over the world.
Open tap count is getting real low there, Baker. I right now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 tabs open on 3 different screens.
7, 8. Ooh, I don't need that one.
And,
I only have 8 now.
I plead no contest.
Oh, I don't need this one either. I've got 7 now.
I have a lot of news stories up, possibly 16 or 24.
You can just you can just start them, and they will be there the next time you need them. It's really not
Baker,
a problem.
you have this faith and trust that the computer doesn't hate you, but I know that my computer hates me, and I get satisfaction.
Because you keep it overloaded with all these tabs that it constantly has to go and check that it still has up.
Baker, if Mr. Mo can't get me to not tabulate.
Yeah, it's stingy. I noticed I got it wrong. I knew it as soon as I said it. I was like, nope, those are the wrong rolls. I said the wrong name.
You missed that 96% Swayze reading earlier. Should have put you on high alert for super chats, not sabotage. Well, I didn't. I've been a little all over the place. I have too many tabs open right now.
Which means he has 3 open, not like, all of ours 812. He's like, it's chaos. There's 2.
I just saw.
You don't need these many tabs open because, again, I'm running I can't. Why should I have? What I don't get is people who are streaming with 45,000 tabs open. And again, why?
How many do I have? 7.
How many screens do you have? I have 3 screens.
I have 2.
I have.
Yeah, shout out to Diva and Vol for hooking me up with the second monitor. Appreciate y'all.
But I have a 2K monitor, so I can put 2 screens on one monitor. So I just keep the only one where I have 2 open on this. That's my Discord or else my phone will go crazy every time my mods is writing me, idiot, you forgot this. And I have Twit open so I can see if anything new's happened. Then I have my Rumble and my YouTube dashboard open on the other one. The only one that's not fun for is me.
We all just got a glimpse of Daddy Baker being mad. I don't know if you guys caught it or not with the tabs. That was the daddy coming out in Baker. I saw it. It made me happy.
Thank you so much, Hellfish Haven, for becoming a member of the Handworkers United.
Handworkers United. Oh, that's great.
It's a union. It's totally got union backing.
See,
5 screens fed. Holy crap!
I have 25 tabs open on every screen.
Wait,
why?
Are you talking about like the TV thing, or like little, like little pop out windows?
No, I have
the TV thing.
I have
No,
my.
the
This is where
thing.
this is where I run my. Oh, don't look at all that dust.
Oh,
Ooh.
This is where I run the feed for YouTube.
Okay, screeny deal. So you
This
have
is
like
where I have.
4.
This is where I have the dashboards for not dashboards, but the background things for Rumble and YouTube, and then I have this main screen that I split in 2, where I have StreamYard on this one, so it kind of looks like I'm looking at the audience when I'm reading chat. And then I have the other one, that's where I have Discord and Twit, and I'll Google if I need something.
Suddenly realizing that my tech skills are so low, because I'm like, the screen thing or the poppy out thing?
Hellfish Haven just gifted 5 Valhalla Awaits memberships. I appreciate it, my man. Congratulations goes to David Air Force Vet, Janice MB, Angie Always Angie, Lawya B, and not Eminem's mom, D Mathers. That's funny. I've got this screen.
That is so
Where the hell's
cool.
the light and that screen? And then, of course, the mic. Now that you're all sufficiently dizzy,
I
don't
am
forget
not
your Dramamine.
attempting to do any of that because I don't touch computery stuff that Mr. Mo has to fix up after me. That's our rule.
Thank you, Jamie.
Oh, they are at lunch till 2. I just got a message from my
till 2. All right. You know that glazed donut? What just happened?
I'm trying to do something.
Oh,
don't worry about it.
I was like, that glazed donut has, a different meaning after this trial.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, you do. My bad, Sue. Sorry. There you go. That's a way better way to do that. I should have done that.
So you have that over there.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm going to pick up myself. I'm going to mute this. And then.
There you go.
That is so awesome.
Yeah, he's got a better
Baker's all professional. And I'm over here. I made a puppet, sort of.
Well, they are, according to Christina Rex, 12:52. This is the end of witness testimony for the day. Reminder ARCA are coming back for Wadaya. Before the lunch break, there's a juror called up to sidebar with the judge and the lawyers and can read. Judge question him. He remains on the jury, is not dismissed. Lunch until 2 p.m. now. So that'll be in half an hour. I need to go get something to eat. So I'm going to end this stream and we will be back for... then I can finally mute this one. I don't have to listen to it.
My chat, you guys are getting redirected to the afternoon stream. And then I guess I will throw my goat link in that chat in case you want to check out the goats. I'll throw it in this chat too.
Sounds good.
And the rest of you will also get redirected to my afternoon chat. Please, and if you could, go show a little love for, thank you, Hellfest Haven, for gifting 5 memberships to Patty B, Resisting Arrest, Senden, Glorin McLanolin, and Sully.
What?
Thank you so much. And yeah, we should have a map expert on the panel. Oh, jeepers.
Yes, we.
But
maybe.
Let's do the rundown when we get back, because we know she will always be late. So
of course,
let's go get some food, and let's meet up again in about a minute.
Okay,
Please do all the YouTube things. Go show some love to my co-hostess, and if you're on one of my co-hostesses, the channel, go show me some love.
Yeah.
Fat
Love
Kids in Parks
everyone.
too. Love.
And remember, chat, close out your tabs.
Yeah, and avoid all
Close
math.
out your tabs, not only at the bar, but also on your
Get
effing
cut and dry.
See you later.
Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right? Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?